You make me nervous, put my reservations out of service, making me feel like every secret's worth it. It's working, trying to hide my desire below the surface. You make me wonder how this part of me went undiscovered. Taking my heart out of its zone of comfort, dark summer. By the time that it's gone, you want another. You make me out of control, out of close my shining slow, yeah. You take me in my feelings too. Concealing, leaving my inhibitions exposed. You make me nervous. Every little move you make on purpose. Twisting my body like you're learning cursive. Researching just how high your touch can take a person. You make me out of control, out of close my shining slow, yeah. You take me in my feelings too. Concealing, leaving my inhibitions exposed. You make me nervous. You make me out of control. I close my shining slow, yeah. You take me in my feelings through the ceiling, leaving my inhibitions exposed. You make me nervous. Put my reservations out of service. Trying to hide my desire below the surface. You make me nervous.
I'm not gonna lie, it's boring as hell here. It's Friday night and I want some cold beer. I know you know just right where my phone is. Call it. Cause I know you like me, I like you too. We did this last weekend, but baby it's cool, yeah. As long as it's with you, I ain't never ever gonna get tired of dating. Pick up trucks, get my lip gloss. I'm messed up, put a little something in a Sonic cup when the sun goes down. Blue jeans with my boots, find a little trouble we can get into. What else you gonna do in a small town, in a small town, in a small town? Good dating, pick up trucks, alright. Dating, pick up trucks, alright. I know it's payday, so let's throw a party. Find us a back road and see just how far we can go. I'll leave my body out the window. And baby, if you wanna, keep the situation on the low down. And when they wonder what happened, we'll be sitting there laughing, so we were just hanging out. Dating, pick up trucks, get my lip gloss. I'm messed up, put a little something in a Sonic cup when the sun goes down. Blue jeans with my boots, find a little trouble we can get into. What else you gonna do in a small town, in a small town, in a small town? Good dating, pick up trucks, alright. Dating, pick up trucks, alright. Cause I know you like me, I like you too. We did this last weekend, but baby, it's cool, yeah. As long as it's with you, I ain't never ever gonna get tired of dancing, got trucks, getting my lip gloss. I messed up, put a little something inside my cup. When the sun goes down, gold jeans with my boots, find a little trouble we can get into. What else you gonna do in a small town? In a small town, in a small town, dating, got trucks, dating, got trucks, alright, baby.
I think you're seeing someone else. Yeah, we're from the same hometown. Wears her hair up like mine. Got the same blue in her eyes. She waits tables off a West End. Burns all her money every weekend. I can tell she's on your mind. Maybe she's more your type. I think you're seeing someone else. I think you're seeing who I used to be. I bet you wish I was the girl that you met out at a bar making a mess of 23. And if you're honest with yourself, you know you're hanging on to history. Yeah, yeah, you say you're still in love, but it's so obvious when you look at me. I think you're seeing someone else. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. There ain't a number on your phone that you step out the room to call. Didn't catch you in an old cliche. No perfume or lipstick stains. Maybe it'd be better, maybe it'd be worse if I had someone to hate, blame for all the hurt. Well, this won't work when you're still in me and I'm not her. I think you're seeing someone else. I think you're seeing who I used to be. I think you wish I was the girl that you met out at a bar making a mess of 23. And if you're honest with yourself, you know you're hanging on to history. Yeah, yeah, you say you're still in love, but it's so obvious when you look at me. I think you're seeing someone else. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, whoa. I think you're seeing someone else. I think you're seeing who I used to be. I bet you wish I was the girl that you met out at a bar making a mess of 23. And if you're honest with yourself, you know you're hanging on to history. Yeah, yeah, you say you're still in love, but it's so obvious when you look at me. I think you're seeing someone else. Whoa, whoa, yeah. I think you're seeing someone else. It's someone, it's someone. Whoa, whoa.
And hello, everybody. Welcome. I'd like to welcome along Jeff, who is tonight's guest adjudicator and scorer. Now, for people that have been on the channel for a while, they've seen Jeff trying to compete, but his internet's not really good. And he gets frustrated. And he whinges and moans to me. So I said to him, well, Jeff, if you want to be a part of it, how about helping me out and being the scorer and the adjudicator And then when we're about ready to read out an answer.
Sweet as, mate. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, that's good, mate. That's good. Good to have you on board, as in everybody. That's last song just played. Reminded me of the show we have here in Australia. It's called Farmer Wants a Wife. One of those reality love story type bullshit shows. There's one contestant on it. He came from Bookham in New South Wales. I know the town quite well because back in the days of driving trucks and that, I used to go through it. And there was always a copper policeman with a car pulled up on the side of the road writing people out a ticket for speeding through the town. And I always thought that's why they call that town Bookham, because every time I've been through there, there's a copper booking somebody, But anyhow, this bloke came from Bookham, and they said, well, hey, how's your love life and, where you come from? And he said, well, I'm related to half the area, so that stuffs it up. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Avery, how you doing, Avery? You're English. Of course you love Kylie. The singing budgerigar. You're welcome to her. But anyhow, opinions would vary. Yeah, opinions would vary there.
Well, she's more Brit than Aussie now, isn't she?
Well, virtually. She's spent more time over there. I think she's married to a Frenchman, isn't she?
I don't know, but I've heard that the British have pretty much claimed as their own. Well, no great loss.
Well, she started, Avery is correct. She started off on Neighbours and all of that kind of, that kind of stuff.
She'll always be Charlene on Neighbours, won't she?
Oh, yeah, but she really started off on Johnny Young's Young Talent Time.
That's right. As
a singer.
Yeah, with Tina Arena.
Yeah, and Tina Arena. It's actually surprising. It's the only TV show from years ago that somebody hasn't come up with a complaint against the host for being whatever. South, g'day, mate. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, with a sister. A sister didn't really have the talent or whatever, but yeah, it's interesting. I just had to pass a little bungee jump. I had to pass along a shelf, and I just decided that I wanted to come out and play. But yeah, BMX Banders. Yeah, that was an Aussie movie. There's been quite a few good Aussie movies. Avery? No, I hate to tell you, South, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. So you've lost a day in the week, South. You've lost a day. Got a subject coming up on Monday night stream. South, you might like to get involved in. Was just something that come up on the radar that I thought was worthy of talking, which is a Monday night stream, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's interesting, a few things that are going on around. But if everybody's ready, I think we'll play trivia. So put one in the chat if you're ready, and We'll get going.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
Johnny,
Yes,
showing
sir.
my ignorance, I need to be on the StreamYard screen, not the YouTube screen, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm there now. Hello,
American Girl, welcome. Pardon? And you're not allowed to yell out the answer.
It's tempting, isn't it?
Yeah. One other guest adjudicator was doing that, and yes, there is a
No, I'm
a
not going
time
to get
lag.
fired in my apprenticeship. Don't worry.
But anyhow, we shall prevail. We shall prevail. All right. So looks like the participants are ready. First question out. What is the capital of Portugal? What is the capital of Portugal? Okay, Jeff, what is the capital of Portugal?
Well, I have on my screen, even though I've whinged about the delays, but the first one that came up for me was Steve Perrin with Lisbon. Would be
Is Lisbon correct? Is Lisbon correct?
Okay, so I've got to get a piece of paper, don't I? Yeah, I've just thought of that. Yeah, Steve Perrin kicks off his account on 1. Well done, Steve. You've opened your account.
Yes, and of course, Lisbon is correct. Right. Next question. Listen to the question. Who were Gladys Knight's backing group? Who were Gladys Knight's backing group? Okay, Jeff. Who
Steve,
do you think?
again, pips everybody at the post.
You're saying it was the Pips as well, which is correct.
Well done, Steve. That's 2. You pipped everybody at the post. No pun intended.
All right. Third question. What term is given to the blacksmith's iron block? A blacksmith's iron block. A blacksmith's iron block. What is it? What's the name of the iron block that a blacksmith does all his work on, Mr. Clark?
Mrs. Blacksmith.
No. Correct answer would be anvil.
Correct again, Steve. You're just about hitting it out of the ballpark, mate. That's 3 for Steve Perrin. Well done.
3 out of 3. That's not bad. That's better than his game average normal.
Yeah, in a game of 10-pin bowling, you've just got your turkey badge. 3 strikes in a row. Do hickory. Oh, that's cool. Do hickory. On you, Avery.
What is a grinding tooth called? What is a grinding tooth called? And the correct answer would be a molar.
Hello. Steve Clark. Oh, we've got the Steves leading the charge. Stephen Clark opens his account on 1.
All right, another nice easy one. What soft, bland foodstuff is made from soybeans? And last time I looked, it wasn't brown.
All the Thailand boys should blitz that one. Come on, guys.
Yeah, dear, oh dear. Well,
okay. Well, we do have.
Oh, hell! Look at that, American Girl. You got it. You had a few tries, but you got it. I think you're a little bit late, but you done well. You kept at it.
Now we're not going to worry about the spelling, are we, Johnny?
No, spelling is as long as because the correct answer is a tofu.
Yeah. Well, as the adjudicator, I can see South Rabbits on my screen came in with turfing. I understand that he thought that, but turfing is not right. There's got nothing to do with soil or turning the dirt over. And directly under that, I have Stephen Clark with tofu. Now, we know it's tofu, but we didn't worry about the spelling. Now, the first answer that we can understand and realise that he knew what he was talking about, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give it to Stephen Clark with tofu, even though it's tofu. I'm going to give it to Stephen.
I'm not going to disagree.
Thank you. So Stephen Clark is now on 2 against Steve Perrin on 3. The Steves are in the money.
I will admit, South went for turfing, but he got it right with tofu in the end. And American Girl, she kept thinking about it. She knew it, but she finally got there.
Yeah. Well, as I say, South Rabbits, we understand that you had the intention and the knowledge, but the thing is, turfing doesn't relate to any kind of a food. It relates to turf is soil, or turfing. You throw something out.
Turf is grass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, right, moving right along. In a limerick, which lines should rhyme with the second line? In a limerick, which line should rhyme with the second line?
I can't believe the delay, Johnny. I can't believe the delay. It's taking ages for them to come through.
Oh, look, it can be up to 20 seconds.
Oh, right.
Tonight's a good night.
Yeah.
We've only got one person answered that one,
Yep.
and it's not the right answer. Tony, welcome.
G'day, Tony. How you going, mate? Good to see you.
You're not quite there, Tony. There once was a lady from Spam. She went for a ride on a tram. Oh, no, I won't say the rest of that. I'm gonna declare this one through to the wicket keeper.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Johnny. As you know, I don't have the answers to this, and I was actually thinking the fourth one myself. So I've got to prove. I've got to what do you call it? Call ignorance on this. I actually don't know. So as you wrote and have the questions, and I tell you, I don't know because, as you know, I don't have the answers. I would have gone for fourth, but obviously I'm wrong.
It's the first and the fifth.
The which?
The first line and the fifth line rhyme with the second line.
Okay, so if it comes in at that, then
That's
obviously
why.
the first one on mine is Steve Perrin at first.
No one's got it because it's the first and the fifth. So that's why I'm saying I'm asking another question. So we'll.
Okay. Oh, no, hang on. No. American Girl has got it. Have a look. 1 and 2.
No, 1 and 2. Well, it's 1 and 5.
Rhyme 1 and 5. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They rhyme with the second. So anyhow.
Okay.
Righto. Next question, which is a replacement question.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. What's the longest river in South America? Longest river in South America.
And you know all the water, when you look at that river, you can see all the water on top. That's only the top of it. There's a lot more underneath.
Well, it's like being married. You end up in the shit, and it's the depth that alters. No worries, American Girl. You take care of business. Correct answer is the Amazon.
Amazon, correct. So Steve Perrin takes his score up to 4. You're doing well, Steve. And second place, we've got Stephen Clark on 2. Come on, guys. Let's knock some of these questions out. Steve and Steve are killing it.
Yes, Souths are still trying to work out how to talk into his phone. But
well, I must admit, that question, that got me by the short and curlies. That did get me. I would have thought it was the fourth, but you learn something new every day.
Righto. In which month is Armistice Day? Stephen Clark. May. Armistice Day. It's 11th hour of the 11th
Of the
month.
11th month.
Oh, 11th day of the 11th month.
Yeah.
All the
Also
11.
Also known as Remembrance Day.
Yeah, but that's when the armistice was signed.
Yeah.
And the 11th month is November.
And according to my screen, Steve Perrin came first, followed closely by South Rabbits. And then just under that, Bintang Tony. So Steve Perrin, you're hitting the jackpot 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts Steve on 5.
Rightio. Right. From which ballet featured the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy? Yeah, I know, South. It's a little bit upmarket for you, mate. Now, South should be able to get this one. Now, Jeff, do you know the answer to this question?
Actually, no, Johnny. I've never been a fan of the ballet, but I noticed that the two Steves have put up probably the two best-known ballets ever. So it's got to be, that's one of them, but I don't know.
I thought really, South's having, younger children, and some of these trials and tribulations in life would have really just gone. He would have just gone bang. It's the Nutcracker.
Okay, so the Nutcracker comes in number 1 at Stephen Clark. I can understand South's really. The hint was when you said that he's got young kids. So I can't see a man with young kids dressing up in pink tights himself. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a part of the arts, and it's a part of little kids. They kind of do ballet and all that kind of. And I've spoken to South. He's been out with a few Nutcrackers too.
Yeah. What little girl doesn't want to be a ballerina? You're exactly right, Johnny.
Steve has optical fibre.
Yeah.
I have copper. He's cheating. I tell you what. I tell you what, Tony. Yesterday afternoon, phone rang. Oh, hello, Mr. John. We'd like to talk to you about the NBN. Well, that was enough. That apart from the phone ringing of somebody I don't know, that starts to get me going. And it was the second NPOM. So after a bit of discussion, they hung up.
Looks like Tony's got my disease that I've suffered the last couple of trivia nights. It drove me nuts to play.
The whole part about it is like Beezy lives out in Bumfuck Junction, and one night she was on top of everything.
Yep.
And Stephen Clark, all right, Tasmania, all right, it's not that far away, and others, like Australians,
Yeah, we're just lost
She
in the
was
bush.
decent. Yeah. Right, moving over on along. Question 9. Where the hell's question 9? How many fiddlers did Old King Cole have in the nursery rhyme? Old King Cole was a merry old soul. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Souths used to play rugby, so there'd be a lot of fiddlers, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct answer is 3.
I actually thought South was, is that NFL or no fucking idea? It was 3 on my screen. Directly in front of me, the first correct answer was Steve Perrin. So we're going to add that to
Tony,
Steve. You
Tony,
agree with that?
yep. What's the score? Because we're heading into question 10, which is the steel question. Can you
Okay.
do a score
Did
cap?
you
please?
score check, did you?
Yep, score check, please.
Okay, at this stage, we have Steve Perrin on 6 and we have Steve Clark on 3. Question number 6 was a no-hitter.
Yeah, but we re-asked a question, so we're on question 9 now. Right. So now we're on to question 10, which is the steel question.
Yep.
And I think it's a very appropriate question. Which actor starred in the 1984 film Footloose?
Definitely was a sexy chick, South Rabbits. You're not wrong there.
Correct answer would be, please tell me, Jeff, what would be the correct answer?
I would go with Kevin Bacon.
Yep, correct there.
And going with Kevin Bacon would be American Girl. First answer on the board.
Wonderful.
And she got the spelling correct, which is brilliant, American Girl. Good on ya. So
now she has to work out which Stephen or Steve she wants to take 1 point away from.
yeah, and American Girl, Steve Perrin has 6. Stephen Clark has 3. So which of the Steves would you like to steal a point from, love?
Oh, Stephen Clark simping. She's
Absolutely
thinking.
correct, House. They're all pronouns.
Yeah, I just subbed you, Chandler. Az, g'day, how you doing?
How you going, Az?
You're not that late. There's still 10 questions to go, Az. I'll tell you what, we'll go into a bit of a break. While American Girl's thinking about normally I wouldn't never have answered a steal, but I was excited and I knew the answer. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. The whole part about it is you've got to work out which Steve you want to take a point from. 6 points Steve or 3 points Steve. That sounds like a movie, doesn't it? In the meantime, I'll play a couple of little tunes and go to the little boy's room and grab a drink, and then we'll be back. And American Girl will have given us an answer, and then we shall progress.
Excellent.
So be back very shortly.
It's hard to put a finger on exactly what you do, but you got me in my feelings, and that ain't something I'm used to. I don't mind, I kinda like it, don't need nothing new. You can just keep doing what you do. There's something about the way that you're looking at me. There's something about the way that you look in that t-shirt. Maybe it's the way I get lost in your eyes, but I can see forever when you give me that smile. There's something about you. There's something about you. You being you, baby, it sure gets me in the mood, babe. Why you gotta be so smooth, babe? It's so rude, babe, and I just can't get me enough. There's something about the way that you're looking at me. There's something about the way that you look in that t-shirt. Maybe it's the way I get lost in your eyes, but I can see forever when you give me that smile. There's something about you. There's something about me. There's something about us. Boy, there's something about me. There's something about you. There's something about you. Ain't nothing I would change. Nobody could take your place. There's something about the way that you're looking at me. There's something about the way that you look in that t-shirt. Maybe it's the way I get lost in your eyes. Yeah, I can see forever when you give me that smile. There's something about you. There's something about me. There's something about us. Boy, there's something about me. There's something about you. Oh yeah. There's something about you. Yeah, boy, there's something about you. There's just something about you. Yeah, boy, there's something about you.
Bare feet on a bench seat, highway in the sky. Bandana in your blue jeans, you DJ, I drive. Flipping through the radio, in my hat you always steal. Yeah, love is real. Quick stop at a Texaco, last exit for miles. Tank top and a Topo Chico, high on a smile. Feeling like a Polaroid, way time's standing still. Yeah, love is real. And I could drive your hand in mine. Oh, baby, we'll go till we run out of road and the rust runs out these wheels. The way I feel, no, I always will. I am yours, you are mine. Love is real. As soon as It's Your Love came on, I felt every word. Even your pretty voice sang along, changed the way I heard, the way I feel, the way I see. Honestly made me believe I could drive your hand in mine. Oh, baby, we'll go till we run out of road and the rust runs out these wheels. The way I feel, no, I always will. I am yours, you are mine. Love is real. Love is real, baby. Oh. Yeah, they can call us crazy, but that ain't gonna stop me from calling you baby. So come on, let's drive. Hand in mine. Oh, baby, we'll go till we run out of road and the rust runs out these wheels. The way I feel, I know I always will. I am yours, you are mine. Love is real. I am yours, you are mine. Love is real. Yeah, I am yours, you are mine. Love is real. I'd come through around 2 and pick you up right after your shift and drive that Chevrolet like a getaway. You'll be counting your tips, windows down and screaming, I will wait for us. Everybody just wait for us. Yeah, we're coming, just wait for us. Those days when you're broken hearted and you get knocked down and you say you don't know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started. Keep your eyes on me, 'cause talk is cheap. We're all we need. Yeah, darling, I know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started.
I'd be playing my guitar, singing them covers in an empty room. You know one day I would make a living out of singing by you. Windows down and screaming, I will wait for us. Everybody just wait for us. Yeah, we're coming, just wait for us. Those days when you're broken hearted and you get knocked down and you say you don't know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started. Keep your eyes on me, 'cause talk is cheap. We're all we need. Yeah, darling, I know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started. And how far we're gonna go, and all the things we're gonna see. If you wonder about our future, think about our history. Those days when you're broken hearted and you get knocked down and you say you don't know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started. Keep your eyes on me, 'cause talk is cheap. We're all we need. Darling, I know how far we're gonna go. Just look at that road and think about where we started. Where we started.
Okay.
Well,
We're
Johnny,
back.
can I just interrupt you for a second here, mate, before you continue? We have a bit of a, well, I think it's a dilemma. I've never seen this before. American girl has offered to forfeit her point. I've never seen that before in the chat. Is that allowed?
Oh, look, well, most people in the situation when they get the bonus question, they usually take a point off the highest. So the whole thing
Well, I hope
about it
you have
is,
another. If you allow her to forfeit her point, that means that question has to be re-asked, and we have to re-ask another bonus question. You see where I'm going with this?
yep, that's why you're the adjudicator. So I will ask away. I shall ask away. What is the fictional village? Or what fictional village is settling? Blah, blah, blah. What fictional village is the setting for the Archers? What a fictional village is the setting for the Archers? Ah.
I will qualify my ignorance on the answer to this question because I only deal in the truth. I don't deal in fiction.
Correct answer is Aimbridge, which is Mr. Perrin. Now, Mr. Perrin, would you like to take a point away from somebody that has a point?
Point of
Being-
order. So we have allowed American Girl to forfeit her point. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's why I re-asked the question.
Okay,
So
good. I will strike her off the score list.
Oh, well, Mr. Clark has decided to take a point off, which would take Mr. Perrin.
Well, Mr. Perrin now goes to 7, and
No,
Mr. Clark
he goes
now,
to 8. He would go to
Yeah.
8 because
he's
he
taken
was
a point
on
off
6.
adds to his, which
Yeah.
means that Mr. Clark is now back to 2.
Yeah, so Mr. Perrin would be 8.
And Mr. Clark is 2.
Yes.
So we have question 6 and question 10 as duds. Just keeping a record of this.
Yeah, well, question 6 got re-asked, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Question 10 got re-asked, so don't worry about it. We're progressing right along.
So at the halfway point, we have Steve Perrin on 8, Steve Clark on 2.
Correct.
Which adds to 10. Geez, I'm good at this.
Yeah. Okay. Now, to start the second round off, some nice easy questions. Some nice easy ones. What is the largest planet in our solar system?
That's interesting. Keep them coming, boys. and girls, pronouns.
We don't get into that kind of crap here.
Well, as we have an American person of the other gender, well, we're not even allowed to say that in America anymore. So I'm just being politically correct for our American other genders, which I'm not even allowed to say.
Well, American girl is a girl, young lady. So that's
I'm taking a piss. I don't believe in any of that shit. If you're born a male with a male appendage, you're a male. I don't care if you dress up in woman's clothing, grow your hair long, put on lipstick, you're still a bloke. And anybody that wants to argue otherwise is a wrong.
Unless you've got the song Lola playing.
Well,
Right, the correct answer is... What is the correct answer, Jeff?
I myself personally would go with Pluto, but I may be wrong.
You are wrong because it's Jupiter.
Okay, well, that's cool. So we have Az has opened his account on one because Az came in, although, again, we're not worried about the spelling. We can clearly see that he absolutely had the intention of Jupiter. So Az goes to 1.
Yep. Right. Az, don't antagonise Mr. Perrin, please. What is the musical term for a range of 8 notes?
The first question you've ever asked that I know the answer to.
And the only reason you'd know the name of the answer to that is because you're a Bee Gees fan. And that in itself caused a few problems within the group. But yeah. So, okay, what is the correct answer?
Well, we all know that if you're in your 80s, which is, as you say, the 8, you're an octogenarian, so it's got to be an octave.
That would be the correct answer, octave.
So that takes Az to 2.
Right. Next question. What is the Irish name for Ireland? What is the Irish name for Ireland?
This should be good.
And the correct answer would be...
Is Eire.
Eire, yeah. Correct.
So Az has come around the corner, heading down the home street on fire. He's now taken the last 3 questions in a row. That's the second turkey of the night. Johnny, do you realise that? That is the second player of the night who's won 3 in a row. Well done, Az.
Mr. Perrin, BLF, Mr. Clark, BLF, Builders Labourers Federation. Ah, dear. Righto, next question. What are young goats called? And the correct answer is, Jeff?
Obviously, kids.
Okay.
As you're on fire, son. That's 4 in a row.
Rightio. All right. Firework was a 2010 hit for which singer? Yeah, that's it, Stephen. That was the question. You've asked the question back. Fireworks, a 2010 hit for which singer? Which was Jeff? Who was that, Jeff? No, Jeff's fallen off the perch. Katy Perry, which would be As again. That's 5 in a
Katy
row.
Perry.
Yep.
So As brings it in again.
Okay.
Just before you
Who
continue, Johnny, sorry to interrupt, but what is the record for the most number of correct answers in a row? What's have you got that in your memory or?
No. I remember the highest score, which was 21 points.
Well, shove this in your memory that up to this point, As has 5 in a row.
Yeah, well, if you can do a clean sweep. Anyhow, moving right along. Who co-starred with Jodie Foster in the 1991 film Silence of the Lambs? Who do you think it was, Jeff?
Hannibal Lecter. I can't think of his name, but it's I'll go with Anthony Hopkins.
Well, you would be right. Anthony Hopkins.
This is fast becoming a one-way street for Az, isn't it?
So you're giving that to Az on Anthony Hopkins?
Yes, correct.
So yes, the second part of the quiz is turning very much into a one-way street, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
All right. Which northern Italian town is famous for its cured pork and cheese? Now have a think. Have a think. Cured pork and cheese. A little hint. The pork product is normally done with the back leg. What do you think the correct answer is, Jeff?
Honestly, Johnny, 100%. I've got no clue. I really don't.
Well, what's what? I'll give you an extra clue just in case, you know.
Yep.
What's one of the most expensive hams you can buy?
The most expensive hams you can buy.
Yeah.
No, and I love ham. I just know it as ham. No, you've got me stumped as well. I honestly have no idea.
Well, Az has got it. It's Parma. The town is called Parma, and a Parma ham is the leg, and they virtually shave it.
Okay.
It's virtually right up there worldwide.
Yeah, I would have gone with Parma as in Parmesan for cheese. So that threw me off when I saw as
Well,
Parma.
Parmesan, the cheese, is the same area.
Oh, really?
You
Cool.
remember the question was cured pork and cheese.
Yep. Oh, I didn't hear the cheese part.
Couldn't out your bloody ear.
Yeah, no. Sometimes, Johnny, the sound isn't real good. Every now and then, your sound is a little bit difficult for me, anyway, on my speakers, anyway.
Okay, that's all right. Now I'm starting to understand why you got frustrated. Your internet and understanding. Right, question 18. What is the capital of Turkey?
I was waiting for that.
What's that?
The different answers between the two that have come up. I was waiting for that.
Well, are you talking about Angkor what?
Ankara. It was the ancient capital.
And it would be correct. Ankara is the correct answer, and I would believe, if you agree.
Yeah, because Istanbul used to be Constantinople.
Mr. Clark.
Correct. Stephen Clark.
Back to 3 points, I believe.
Yep, correct. Back to 3 points, Stephen.
And cut as his single run to 7. There you go.
Okay, score check. Steve Perrin is on 8. Stephen Clark is on 3. And Az is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. Well done, As.
Okay. Next question. Relative easy question. Which Sunday precedes Easter by a week? All the good little Catholics out there should be able to go, yeah, I know that one.
Credit where credit is due, As.
Ah.
Resurrection Sunday.
Oh, Mr. Clark, he's taken the entire thing too seriously and gone for a public holiday on a Sunday.
You couldn't get more Aussie than that.
Yes, I remember when holidays were transferred. I used to love the first part of the year. But anyhow, the correct answer is Palm Sunday.
Palm Sunday, and that's quite apt because Palm in this question compared to Palmer in the last one, was that a deliberate bloody question? 2 questions in a row, Johnny?
Oh, do you want to get the third one?
So that one we agree goes to As again.
Yep. Because I can assure you, the next question is not quite as easy. Which imaginary line around the Earth is at latitude 0? Oh, south.
Ozone. That's a good one. That's a good one, but yeah.
What's that? A phone app? Is it south? Oh, latitude 0 is
equator.
Is the equator, yeah.
And so we have South Rabbit.
No, equator.
Yeah.
Have a good look. Have a good look up and down.
Correct spelling, even though it's a small case E. It's
no. Have a look. Have a good look at the. Who's above south?
On mine.
On yours, you should be looking at the same screen I'm looking at.
On mine, I'm going right back up to Palm Sunday, spamming, public holiday, timeout. Sundays are public holidays, resurrection shuffle, as, yes, as, Palm and Palm, pattern here. Was that one a steal? Read every testament, international dateline, as, equator. Oh, sorry, you're right, as, got it. Sorry, my mistake. I apologise, South Rabbit. As was above you on my screen by 1, equator.
And who would as like to take a point off?
Yeah, good point.
When he steals the point, he'll get a perfect round, which will be 10 points.
Yep.
And I don't even have to wait to find out who he's going to take the point off. But we'll let him say. Yes. I waited for you to type it in, as I knew who you wanted to take a point off. You want to take his point off Steve, which puts Steve back to 7, puts Az to 10.
Now, I haven't got that on my screen yet.
What?
Take a point from Mr. Perrin. Okay.
Are you watching? Well, what are you watching? The StreamYards? The StreamYards?
Yes. So that brings us to 19 questions asked so far. The next one is the 20th question.
No, we just did the 20th question.
Okay, what I did, I awarded Az a point and took one from Steve Perrin. Was that correct?
Yeah, that's the 20th question. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I've got 19, mate. What have I stuffed up doing?
No, I've got 20.
Okay, what have you got for Steve Perrin?
I've got 7 points because he just had one stolen.
Yep, correct. 3 for Steve Clark.
Yep. As
And
was on 9, and then he got one from Steve Perrin, might put him on 10.
Oh, okay, so add that point. Yeah, okay, yep, you're correct. Yep.
Right, now we go into the bonus question.
Good.
Now we go to the bonus question. Joe, g'day, Joe. How you doing, mate?
South, you bloody traitor. I've been nice to you all night. Jesus, how the mighty fall, when the mob bays for blood.
Right. Now, here is the bonus question. Who wrote Hope Springs Eternal in the Human Breast? Hope springs eternal in the human breast. A tit sucker. Person with a booby fetish. No takers? No, yep. Az is right. Alexander Pope.
I was going to say an eternal optimist on crack.
Actually, I don't know about crack when he's talking about boobies. So that would give Az 20 points, which is one behind the all-time leader.
Do we give Az 1 point plus the bonus points or just the bonus points?
No, that's a 10-point question. So it's a bonus. That the bonus is a 10-point question.
Yeah, but he answered the question correctly. When you answer a question correctly, you get 1 point. So because he answered the 20th
not on
question,
the bonus, not on the bonus question. The bonus question is 10 points, full stop.
Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 10 is 20.
That's it.
So rounding it up, people, Steve Perrin on 7, Stephen Clark on 3. American Girl had forfeited a point, so that doesn't count. And Az hit 20 with 7 in a row. So there's been, and remember that both Steve Perrin and Az hit 3 in a row, turkeys, and I don't think there's been too many people at 3 in a row twice on one trivia that I can remember anyway. So it's been an absolutely amazingly close and well-fought contest. Well done, guys. It's been a bloody really good night.
Yeah. Anyhow, I'll just if you want to come on the panel, it's pinned. If you don't, that's fine. No worries, Steve. That's okay. Yeah, you're right, South. Angela does run amok every now and again, doesn't she?
Well, actually, I can't see anything wrong with that comment.
What's that?
It's a very nice comment.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're not quite in the loop.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, fair enough. Shut up, Jeffrey.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
It was Steve, Johnny and Jeff. Another fun quiz. Cheers, gents. 20 minutes, and I'll jump on the panel if you're still open. Fried rice and stuffed. I'm good on you, Steve. Thank you for participating. And ladies and gentlemen, just like to say thanks to Johnny for allowing me to come on and show that I'm not as smart as I think I
am. You're welcome back next week, Jeff.
Thank you, mate.
Anyhow, I'll just put a quick tune on, and Little Boy's Room, and we'll be back. Like I say, give us a few minutes, and like I say, anybody wants to jump on, quite welcome to.
Watch your all-time high, you're good as it gets. Your hands down best ever make-up sex. Watch your guilty pleasure, your old go-to. Well, if you asked me, mine would be you. Watch your worst hangover, your best night yet. Your 90 proof, your Marlboro Red. The best damn thing you lucked into. Well, that's easy, girl. Mine would be you. Mine would be you. Sun-kissed shining, back road flying, singing like crazy fools, making up her own words, laughing till it hurts. Baby, if I had to choose, my best day ever, my finest hour, my wildest dream come true. Mine would be you. Watch your double dare, you go all in. The craziest thing you ever did. Plain as your name in this tattoo. Look on my arm, mine would be you. Mine would be you, sun-kissed shining, back road flying, singing like crazy fools, making up her own words, laughing till it hurts. Baby, if I had to choose, my best day ever, my finest hour, my wildest dream come true. Mine would be you. What's the greatest chapter in your book? Are there pages where it hurts to look? What's the one regret you can't work through? You got it, baby, mine would be you. Yeah, you got it, baby, mine would be you. Mine would be you. Tail lights fading, daylight breaking, standing there like a fool. And I should have been running, yelling out something to make you wanna hold on to the best love ever. Girl, can you tell me the one thing you'd rather die than lose? 'Cause mine would be you. Mine would be you.
She was just 16 years old when she had to leave this world. The shots rang out in the night, took away our little girl. People lined for miles and miles to say farewell to our friend. And we all cried as we said goodbye. We'll miss our little angel eyes, angel eyes, angel eyes. For you we cry. You gave us so many memories. Your love is our legacy. You still touch us deep inside. Angel eyes. For you we cry. Some nights while lying in bed, she appears inside our heads, and she whispers it's all okay, we'll meet another day. Her picture hanging on the walls remind us of her smiles. She's singing heaven's lullabies. The Lord holds our angel eyes. Angel eyes, angel eyes. For you we cry. You gave us so many memories. Your love is our legacy. You still touch us deep inside. Angel eyes. Angel eyes. Angel eyes. me so much. You still touch us deep inside. Angel eyes, for you we cry.
Yeah. Bit of fun. Bit of fun.
Yeah, mate. Wasn't that that was a really cool trivia, mate? That was really cool.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jeff. I just had a bit of a runaway with what was going on there. Welcome, Mr. Clark.
G'day, Johnny. G'day, Jeff. How you going?
Good on you, Steve. Nice to see you, mate.
Good to see you too, mate. Yeah, I couldn't believe one of those fucking questions, John. The Footloose, it just comes straight up the answer to it, and I reckon I can remember the guy's fucking name. Oh,
Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, I put down Kevin. I couldn't fucking get it. I couldn't believe it's come straight up as soon as you said it.
Always said I like to mix the questions around a bit.
Oh, some of them are a bit, yeah, okay. That fucking cheesy one. And what was the cheesy one in Italy, was it? Yeah, you can have that one.
Parma hams.
Yeah.
Parma hams and Parma cheese. Very well known, worldwide renowned area for the Parma ham.
I didn't know that.
They set up the leg of ham in like a little frame and slice it like paper thin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very world renowned. And I think there's caves. So from memory, there's caves where they, there's constant temperatures, and they put the stuff in there, and it, aids all the curing and the aging of the cheeses, and yeah.
According to my thing here, I get most of the questions first, but a lot of them, not most of them. And I'll accept what you got up there. My internet's so fucking slow here, mate.
Well, as you know, the whole everybody's internet's different. The whole things are different. Yeah. So that I can't go on the first one to come on my screen.
No, you can't, mate. You have to go by yours. That's the deal. That's fair enough.
And the thing is, that's why it's the StreamYards, because the StreamYards actually, it's not perfect.
Oh. Never mind.
But like I say, it's all for a bit of fun, and keeps my mind active, which is a good thing.
One of my favourite shows from the past was Graham Kennedy's Blankety Blanks. That was a good one. Used to love watching that. He was so funny, that guy.
Yeah, I remember when he did the crow call.
He got kicked off for that, did he? Whack, whack.
Yeah.
I'll get kicked off here too.
But
Who wants a laugh?
Go on.
we all want to laugh, Jeff.
They go, I'll give you one. Watch this. Now, I don't know if you can see this real well.
That's not funny.
This is a biker vest.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's actually given me by a friend, but it's not me. You know, I'm not a biker. But I have a friend in the Philippines, a young man of about 34 years of age, who's been a family friend of ours since 2016, and he's got a motorbike. Well, Johnny, Steve, you know what a motorbike is in Asia. It's a 125cc moped.
Oh, big one.
He wants. I actually had this on a coat hanger in the background there the other day, and he goes, "Oh, that's a badass jacket." I said, "Really?" He goes, "Oh yeah, that's cool." So it's winging its way over to the Philippines for him next week. I'm packing it up and sending it off to him so he can be a badass habble driver. Don't know if you know what habble is, but anybody in the Philippines
not really.
can hire themselves out to run people around for 50, 100 pesos a ride. And that's how he makes his living. So I thought, well, are they going to go with the guys with those silly T-shirts that they wear over there? Or the guy with a badass biker thing? So I thought, well, it's going to increase his living because, you know, he was thinking it was cool. So there you go, guys. A nice leather biker jacket heading its way over to the Philippines to help a young fella increase his earnings. So I thought I'd give you a laugh going near that.
Seeing it on you, Jeff, gives me a laugh.
Cheers, buddy. So we'll go back to the ugly fella.
Yeah.
Ah, dear.
Yeah, tofu's called tofu. Your question on tofu is tofu in Philippines. In Asia, they call it bean curd, don't they?
It is bean curd.
No, tofu. Yeah, they call it tofu.
Tofu is tofu.
Thailand calls it bean curd. I think it's bean curd.
But it's also called bean curd. Correct.
Yeah. But
It
Philippines
is,
calls it tofu. That's why I remember it.
But not bean curd. Although the person who put bean curd, we knew it was bean curd, but tofu did come in first. Even though it was TUFU, we knew that it was tofu. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a good speller. Anyway.
Remember when I was giving you a bit of a pre-stream briefing, Jeff, that we said spelling, wasn't the long as you get a grips of what they were saying.
Yeah, Jeff, he does that especially for me.
That was so Stephen wasn't excluded.
Well, the classic example was turfing. We knew what he meant, but if you look at turfing, that had nothing to do with the actual real answer. You know what I mean? So you had. I felt it fair to discount turfing.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys agree, but I thought that to deny that as a correct answer was a correct decision.
Well, there was actually a brand of winching equipment, which was a hand winch that worked on wire rope, which was called a turfer. And you move the handle backwards and forwards, and that pulled your wire rope to you, which pulled out what you wanted or whatever, and that was called a turfer. So if you were turfing, the last time
I did any turfing, it was I reached under my the bed in the master bedroom and I turfed out about 300 condoms. That was the last time I did any turfing. I turfed them all out.
What was that when you moved out?
Well, no, you see, because the problem was we got this great big, huge, massive, solid pine bedhead. And every time over the 34 years that we'd been married and had a nookie, I'd carve a notch into it. So the other day I had to get a commercial cleaner around here to vacuum up all the sawdust.
Yeah, I'd believe that.
Must have been like a fucking woodpecker.
So, and what did they do? Say, well, I think you've got termites.
No, well,
have you got worms in your wood?
If any anybody even thought that that was halfway possible, then crikey, I'm talking to a bunch of morons.
I was just thinking he started off with one of those big bed heads that were, 6 foot bloody high, and he ended up with one of those little short ones that just level with the pillows, the skull crackers.
Well, they say that to have a good copulation, to complete coitus, you need to have 100 thrusts. But every time I get to the 99 stroke, the bloody thing broke.
He's a poet and he didn't know it.
Well, put it this way: arriving early.
What instead of during the activity, instead of not only the enjoyment and the fulfillment and a bit of caressing or whatever, you had your shoes and socks off and you were counting.
Yeah, well, like right now at this stage, Johnny, obviously at 65 years of age, know that I'm full of shit and it's nothing but a cherished memory. I don't know. Yes, I'm a twisted bastard. I admit it.
Hello, Mr. Perrin. Mr. Perrin's been Googling.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Mr. Perrin has been Googling.
Look at this bloody Az, mate. Sorry, Mr. Clark, I know you were trying hard. Yeah, I know, mate. And just the fact that you came in on the last 10 fucking questions, Az, you're fucking incredible.
Yes, really, but that's with an E, not a U. Where the answer we're referring to, the word referring to, was TURF. Totally different, Steve. Totally different. As the official adjudicator tonight, I have to pull you up on all responses. Sorry, I take my duties seriously.
He does too. You got 2 flags like the cricket or football or whatever?
The quiz is over now.
Depends on what type of football you're talking about.
You're in that New South Wales football thing, aren't you? That rugby.
No, that's
NRL, rugby union, Aussie rules.
That's a very touchy sport, that one there up there, Jeff.
Yeah, especially when John Hopper got into it.
A lot of fucking spooning goes on up there.
Yeah. Well, I can't comment on Aussie rules because I'm too old for Sheilas. I don't know any wogs, and I'm not into poofters. So, that's AFL, Sheilas, wogs, and poofters. So it's either NRL or rugby union for me.
Well, he does. Remember, Stephen, he does come from New Zealand, so.
Oh, yeah.
He was tarnished at birth.
Yeah. No, look, I think I'm getting to know Jeff. I'm getting to know Jeff, Johnny. I think
in the AFL.
If he lived in Melbourne, he'd probably vote for Collingwood.
Yeah, I saw the news today that an NFL player's mother got out of jail after killing somebody to live with her star NRL son from Sharks League Club. I mean, every time you hear anything about the NRL in New South Wales, one of them's getting busted for cocaine possession. Another one's getting busted for bashing the shit out of his wife or his partner. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and that's what turned me off NRL. They're all thugs.
Well, the whole thing, Jeff, it's like at the Olympics when they brought in drug testing.
Yeah.
At the synchronized swimming, they drug test the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, some of those Russian women in that for the drug testing, mate. Jesus fucking Christ. Waiting for the fucking dick to pop out. Fucking hell. Some of them were fucking big.
Oh, yeah.
Women's weight. You look at the women's weightlifting.
Well, seriously, how many Russian weightlifters do you want to have sitting on your face?
I don't think so. Don't make me sick, Jeff. God, that fucking turn off. Women with fucking muscles. I mean, fuck me.
Hey,
Oh,
started
no,
it with
thank
the
you.
Olympics.
Oh,
I mean, those Olgas and Svetlanas, Jesus Christ, they're like,
mm,
you know, those tanks that are getting blown up in Russia, in Ukraine. They're built like tanks.
yep. Mm. Oh,
So, what do we think of the budget, boys?
I think it's a load of crap.
I think actually off tap there a bit, Jeff. I think more should be spent on our military spending and spent the proper way, not buying fucking stupid things.
Okay.
But you know, got to come from. The dollar's got to come from somewhere, doesn't it? Fuck
Yeah,
the
well-
schools, buy more tanks.
Yeah, it freaked me out. The Labor Party statistically has never, ever in its history, from the day it was first formed until today, delivered a budget surplus. Never. This is the first time in history. And if you watch all the
Promises.
headlines, no, it's the first time in history that the Labor government has ever delivered a budget surplus. That's a statistical, political fact. Look it up, Google it. When was the last time the Labor Party of Australia as a government delivered a budget surplus? And all you're going to get is a shitload of pages with a lot of zeros on it.
Well, you know, the whole thing about it is this would be the very first time ever, but it's only a token gesture thing. It's a load of crap.
Always are, aren't they, John?
Well, that's exactly what the unemployed are thinking. I'll bet they're lining up to send Christmas cards to that treasurer fellow for the $2.87 a day he's given them. Oh, I bet they're absolutely out of their skull. They can afford a quarter of a pot. A tenth of, like a tenth of a spoon, and about 2/5 of a long neck. Oh, I bet they're absolutely wrapped out of their skull.
Oh,
Is that monthly or weekly?
You know, the whole thing about it is the budget for us, the common person.
And you know their idea of the common person? The great unwashed, you, me, and everybody else here, because we're too dumb to know better. We are the common, and that's what they think of us. They think we're common. And that's why they described us as the common person. They don't describe us as members of society. We're just common to them. That's all we are to them, common. You know what I mean by common, someone who's common. And that's how they treat us. That's what they think of us. And that's how they abuse us.
Well, look, the whole part about it is tax breaks. Virtually no one got them. The only ones that got them was foreign multinationals. They did well out of all this. The thing is, I can understand with a shortage of decent doctors. That comes back onto governments in general. And that's why they say, instead of, where the law said you can only get a certain amount of repeats, we're going to change that so you can double that. So you don't need to go and see a doctor as often. Good idea. Saves them money, saves everybody else time and all the rest of it. But then you got the other dickheads saying, oh, that's no good. We only get one dispensing fee instead of two. Well, I reckon they get pretty good money for doing a fuck up of a job after these pharmacies are a pack of idiots.
Well, Johnny, I don't see any point in going to the doctor because I don't speak Hindi.
Jeff,
Well, Stephen,
Jeff.
hey, I'm not joking, am I? I'm not joking.
You're not joking.
I'm serious.
I got him here in Wynyard, mate. I haven't seen an Aussie doctor here ever. Oh, hang on. No, there's one surgery's got mostly Aussies, and the other one's just all Indian.
Well,
all of them.
the thing is, this is where, and it goes square across every government shoulders. They changed their schooling. They put a price on everything and priced it out of the range of the common person. Why have we got a lack of doctors? Is because the cost. Unless you come from a family that have got some really good grassroots, you're not going nowhere. And that's been the problem with a lot of the professions, that they consider their education system a sellable item. You want to go and do even a short course or something of that nature, it's not free. In some of the drongo type stuff, yeah, it is. But, Labor closed down TAFE colleges. They said we didn't need any tradesmen. They said we didn't need a lot. And all of a sudden, we've got Labor back again saying, oh, we're doing this and we're doing that. Well, the Liberals actually started doing shit because they were trying to address that situation. Now, it's always black and white, black and white, black and white. They're a pack of fucking idiots. They're elected for 4 years. They plan for 2 because they know they're getting the arse. And they don't care because they can retire on their parliamentary pension.
Yeah, a lot of Indian doctors come over to Australia because they don't have to go to school because it's a Commonwealth country. And some of them don't even speak fucking English. But they can practice.
Well, I normally go and see doctors that aren't practicing, that are actually, getting closer to perfect. The waiting times are a lot longer, but if you only want a sickie certificate to say to the boss, oh, I got in the piss on the weekend and here's the certificate, I'm crook, I've got some bloody disease that I won't be in for a week because I want to keep going back to the party. Yeah, fine. But if you want medical care, I'm not saying they're bad doctors, but the whole part about it, if they can't converse, they shouldn't be even here. They might think they can talk English, but I'm no good with Punjabi.
One of my friends was a doctor in Moscow, in the heart surgery, right, and right up there, and she came to live in Australia, and she couldn't practice here, but she spoke perfect English, right? English spelling was good, and couldn't practice. And they said, "Oh, do an upgrade course." No, you had to start from scratch. She had to start all over again. She wasn't prepared to do that, of course, but it's a terrible thing. All doctors speak Latin. They have to learn Latin.
That's right.
Worldwide. And she had all Latin.
A doctor in Russia doing heart surgery. I thought Russians were all heartless bastards. So how can you do heart surgery on heartless bastards?
Well,
Jeff, it's microsurgery, so they're very well qualified.
Okay. No, I know you live there. Yeah. I know you live there, Stephen. You explained that before. It's just
no, it's okay, mate. It's everybody's opinion. I can understand. Yeah, no worries, mate. It's okay. My ex-wife was actually Russian. She moved to Ukraine when she was about 10 or 12, I think.
She was Russian? I only thought she was in a hurry.
Yeah.
Placebo, Conrad. Isn't that what you say? Thank you. Placebo?
Jeez, I spoke to her about the war about 3 weeks ago, and shut up, Stephen, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, fair enough. Oh, she's fucking full on Russian, mate. Woo! Never mind. She lived in Ukraine, mate. I got my stepson that there. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. whatever.
Well, it's good to see that mercenary bunch of bastards have got their ass kicked out of Bakhmut. You know, the Wagner group, they just had their tails kicked.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
I mean, how,
But you know, Jeff, you can't believe everything you read on the internet and see in videos. It's all Western orientated, but if you see the other side of it, I find better going to that Arab. What's that Arab one, John? That Arab fucking news thing. Al Jazeera, is it? Al Jazeera is pretty fair, I think. Gives you the sort of, but they're pretty pro-Western, but they do tell the other side a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
No, it's not.
I'm sure they'll find other toys to play with, those two guys, Zelensky and fucking Putin.
Yeah, I just can't figure out how a soldier who's been a member of an armed force, who's signed an oath to protect countries and protect people, can then retire from that armed force and then go for pay as a mercenary to invade another country and kill civilians. I just don't understand that. And I'm not specifically citing, what's happening in Ukraine. I'm just saying I can't understand
that's worldwide, Jeff,
who hires himself out to deliberately kill people. I just don't get that.
It's worldwide, that, Jeff. Every country's fucking doing it. Look at Australia. They had what is it? What we have there? Well, our fighter pilots went to Japan, China, and trained them over there. So a lot of Americans went over there, trained them how to dogfight and shit. And it's I don't know.
Mm.
To me, that's not right. But oh well, that's what it is. And your mercenaries, I mean, you can go anywhere and be a mercenary if you want, all over the place. What was the Foreign Legion? What was that all about?
Oh yeah.
They're a nasty bunch of non-French soldiers.
Well, I think we should be concentrating a little bit more on what's happening in the South Seas out of the Philippines, because that is really close to home, and that is a real problem.
It is, yes.
It's not being addressed.
That's why when go on, Jeff.
It's on our back doorstep, mate, and it is a huge problem what's going on in the South China Sea between the Philippines, China, the US. I mean, mate, I think that's going to be a bigger problem than China, Taiwan. I think that's going to be a bigger problem than Russia, Ukraine. I think that's going to be a bigger problem than Saudi Arabia and Syria and all that shit. I think that the next really bad crap that's going to come down in this world is the South China Sea. I really believe that. And Steve, that you being close to Thailand, Johnny being close to Thailand, we keep our eyes on those areas. The Philippines is a really volatile place right now, and it's not being taken as seriously as it should.
Yeah. That's exactly right, mate. You're exactly right. But if you want to see what happens and how it all develops, go back to fucking World War II. Exactly the same shit with the Japanese. Unfucking believable.
Yeah.
They build up their fleets and shit. And what do they do? Attack Pearl Harbor. Why is China building up their navy? Anybody ever bothered to fucking ask them straight out? Yeah, only one reason they're doing that. And, we buy a shitload of fucking tanks. Okay, fine. They're good for a ground war in fucking Europe, I guess. Not in Australia. Stop the fucking cunts from getting here in the first place. Work on the fucking missiles and the submarines and stop them from coming here. Yeah. But nah, bucket. Yeah. We got no fucking hope of holding them back if they land on our shores. No fucking hope at all. We're outnumbered, what is it, 1,000 to 1?
We can always get Robert Irwin to go up on the beach from Australia Zoo and throw crocodiles at them.
Yeah, fucking oath.
That's about all we've fucking got.
Yeah, that's right. We need to spend more money on missiles and submarines and planes. Of course, have a small tank force just in case, but just not. You've seen what the drones are doing to tanks now. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, of course, our greatest advantage is the fact that we're under. They've got to get here, and that's if they.
That's where you got to stop them.
That's easy as pie. If they don't take the Philippines, the Chinese fucking Navy, Air Force, Army, they've got to get here, and if they haven't got the Philippines as a base to do it, then we're pretty safe. That's what I'm saying. The Philippines to us is a fucking major fucking thing that we're ignoring.
Our biggest problem is Port Moresby at the moment. The Japanese have signed a treaty. And plus we've got fucking Darwin. They're in there too with their things and shit. And But if they take over Port Moresby, we've got big fucking problems.
Yep.
And they're offering Port Moresby money and shit. I think it's Port Moresby. I can't remember now.
Well, you're
But,
right.
we'll have a big problem.
Yeah, strategically, it's the same as World War II.
It's like a play. Look, Jeff. Look at fucking Ukraine and Russia. Have a look at Germany and Poland. They invaded Poland because they were persecuting the Germans and killing them, and the Russians did the same thing because they were persecuting and killing the fucking Russians in Poland. Then you go over to Georgia, right? They invaded Georgia because they were mass murdering fucking Russians, and they took half the fucking country. And Chechnya, they were mass murdering Russians, so they took the whole fucking country. Doesn't it sort of catchy sort of tune into World War II? But anyway,
all I think about is the way the world's gone. Is in 2,000 years, I honestly believe this. Look, as stupid as it may sound, we haven't evolved. We're no different to the Romans in the fucking Colosseum on Gladiator Day. All we have done in 2,000 years is learn how to kill each other more efficiently.
Yeah.
That's all we've done.
Exactly. Yep, exactly right. But the thing was the with the Japanese, it was cutting off their oil supply, which forced them to strike. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you look at China. Don't fucking cut off their oil. Don't put too many fucking sanctions because you'll force them to do something. Okay. And now they're doing it with Russia. They're cutting off this, cutting off that, cutting off this. What the fucking point? Anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, it's getting to the stage. I mean, you're now starting, 6 months ago, the Russian public were all behind Putin. It's all Ukraine's fault, But now, if you go on, I don't know if it's true. I mean, I don't believe everything I see, but if you go on to the YouTube interviews and all this that these vloggers are doing around Russia, interviewing the Russians, they're now turning on Putin. They're now turning on him, saying it's got to stop. This is wrong. Because they're hurting. The Russian people are hurting. And
of course they are, Jeff, but you've got to understand in Russia that they've got control of the media. You can't report it. And if you say too much about the country or the military, you're a traitor and you go to jail for 10 fucking years, although you just cease to exist.
Well, I mean, I know it might sound petty, but, Russia's control of the media, Putin's control of anybody who speaks out against him, they disappear, they're gone. You don't see that in Ukraine. Zelensky's all over the place. There's no sort of censorship of press that I can see anyway.
Steve, sorry, Jeff, I sit back and look at it. I think it's a fucking game. It looks like they're playing games with each other and killing, it just looks like the both of them are playing fucking games with lives. That's what I see.
The whole part about it is I don't blame Putin for his stings. I blame that little pathetic ass white piece of shit that's in charge of America. His hands have got blood on it, and it's the blood of innocent people. All for the dollar. Because it's already been proven he had companies. He was involved in companies set up doing shit over there, and they weren't built out factories. They were in apartment blocks and the whole lot of it. So the truth will never ever come out. But believe me, Wall Street has caused every war and every problem, and they will continue until they annihilate Wall Street. Well said.
Well,
hello,
right,
Mr. Perrin, and welcome.
Control the money, and
thank you.
Is extremely profitable. You're exactly right, Johnny. It's all about the dollar.
Yeah, it is.
They don't make
always
money
has been, Jeff.
It's
either the fucking dollar or fucking stupid religion.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
Which religion's stupid? Now, please elaborate on that statement.
I don't think any religion's stupid, John, but it's just that they look at it as an excuse, like Islam and the Christians. That war was fucking 1,000 fucking years ago, for fuck's sake. Get over it. Move on.
I couldn't give a shit if somebody worships trees. The whole part about it is if they become obsessed it doesn't matter what somebody worships or holds sacred or whatever. It's when they become obsessed. Now, if we go back to the movie Avatar, remember that movie? Remember the movie Avatar?
Yeah, Avatar. The planet where the guy takes on a suit to save the queer-looking blue people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the whole part about it is,
I reckon she was hot, Jeff.
The investors and all that wanted whatever they wanted, and then they said, "Well, what's to them is the tree of life. We'll cut that down, and then we'll just walk in." Yeah. Yeah. That's
now Putin's saying it's a holy war now.
Well, it is.
Because it is.
The real part about it is he's got to pray to some god that his country doesn't get swamped and virtually taken over. I agree.
I don't think it'll ever be taken over, John. It'll fall apart. All those states will become their own country.
But I
don't know if you know, the Russian Federation is similar to the United States. It's all different countries joined together.
Yeah. Back in the days of the Iron Curtain, it was completely different. But the thing is, it will fall apart, and that's what the US wants. That's what the US wants.
The first one to go will be Chechnya. Chechnya.
Here's Avery. Here's Avery.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
X machine. Good, thank you.
What do you got?
How are you?
What do you got shades on for inside the house, Avery?
Good question. Good question. I would take them off.
Are they one of those blue screen filters? Are they?
No,
No,
these are.
it could be like it could be Roy Orbison. Maybe the lights hurt his eyes, so he needs shades to protect his eyes.
You're somewhat on the right path. These are Gamer's Edge. They take the edge off.
I think
they filter the light, the blue light shit. Yeah.
I think he's more like Stevie Wonder. What the fuck just happened?
I wish I was that talented, bro. I wish.
Hello, Ash.
Hello, gentlemen. G'day, Avery. How are you? I had to hop on. I had to jump on and tell you that you're missing my very insightful comments on the topic in the chat.
Oh, sorry. I was so involved in making a cup of coffee. I will apologise.
Thank you. I will address. Congratulations to Aztec on winning the trivia.
Putin-Bush coalition. All right. Only empires go to war, not religions. Well, basically, if on that statement, if we look at the English, Richard the Lionheart with the Holy War, okay, moving right along. Doesn't matter what empire you live in, the moral standard ground, between beliefs. It's not Allah, it's weapons of mass destruction. Well, that's a very true statement.
Yep. Doesn't matter whether it's your religion you're going to war for or what. It can even be weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. See? It's the same shit, end of the day.
we look at, go back to Iran, Iraq, for instance, the weapons of mass destruction, that had nothing to do with it. It was all about the oil. It was all about the fucking oil, and that's
well, a lot of people say the oil, but the one thing I see that happened, the one thing I see that 9/11 brought about was the Patriot Act, and any country who signed the US peace treaty is completely subjected to the Patriot Act, and you come under the jurisdiction of every freaking 2-letter and 3-letter organization in America, including the Patriot Act, like the the NSA. Everything they brought in, we're all subject to now, all because of that fucking war. That bullshit about 9/11. That's a crazy thing. That's the one thing we did get. They might have got some oil and everything, but boy, the control and the freedoms they took off the entire West is just uncalculable.
Yeah. Well, the whole part about our freedoms is something that you heard me say many a time, and I refer America. I don't mean the common people. I mean the Wall Street, the power brokers, the arsewipes of this world that don't care how many they kill as long as they're making money. They're worse than drug dealers.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And war makes money. That's for sure. Just look at Halliburton.
Yeah. And by taking away people's rights. Now, all right, we've just gone past Anzac Day here. As you know, it is to pay homage to the people who fought and died in all the conflicts for our so-called freedoms. Well, fuck me, dig them back up, give them life again, and tell them not to worry about it, because half of what everybody fought for is fucking gone.
Yep, how insulting is that, man?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm disgusted. DWP, Frank, welcome. I'm disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted.
Yep.
And how people, well, the whole thing. It's been educated, coming to the education system in the 80s, 90s. They've had their game plan going for that long now that a lot of people have got to the stage they just said, fuck it, I'm not voting, which is, to me, I think is a stupid thing. If you got the chance to vote, you vote whichever way. But that's the other part about our election system is it's not first past the post. They go through preferences. They go through all of it.
That's getting a bit old, isn't it?
Some tree-hugging maggot that no one knows gets a seat because my vote has been used 7 fucking times. No, I only cast one vote. I don't cast 7 votes. And would I vote for those bastards? I'd rather fucking put a bullet in the head.
Anyway, look, I'll hop off the panel for a bit just so Mr. Perrin can enjoy his evening. I'll listening in though. So, cheers, guys. Good night with the quiz. It was good fun.
All right. No worries, Ed. Well played, mate. Well played.
Yeah, I love you, Avery.
We got Frank in 19. What's up, man? DWP, always a pleasure, but you're a fucking asshole. You are. Oh my god. It's worth.
Yeah, Frank. Right? How's that gonna go, Frank? You know, that's not going to go down well. I've seen a bit on the news. I don't blame. Welcome, Mac. I don't blame the people wanting to go to America to seek a better life, but they get exploited. So is their life so much better? Now, I know the same as here, we get exploitation as well to a certain extent, but we're an island. So it's a little easier to control, but the governments we can't control because each minister's got his own idea and his own agendas. It's not written in stone. But for you people over there, Frank, it's not going to be easy. Welcome to the stream, Frank.
Thank you.
Hey,
good morning. Whatever. What is it? Evening over there in Australia now. Yeah. Late.
Evening here now.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll make it brief. So tomorrow, here, Title 42 ends. For those of you who don't know what that is, Trump implemented that during COVID to stop illegals from crossing the border and bringing more COVID into the country. COVID's not an issue anymore. So it expires tomorrow. And there is about 30,000 illegal immigrants in Mexico waiting to come in. And the president of Guatemala just informed us that another 80,000 are leaving Guatemala to come to the United States. So they're basically walking, or they're being trafficked from Central and South America by the cartels to come into the United States. This is what we're facing. And our president sent 1,500 troops down to the border, not to prevent it, not to stop it, but to assist in the process of getting them in, so that Customs Border Patrol is not overwhelmed. So to answer your question, how's that going to go? It's going to go horribly, and it's going to be an absolute shit show. And you can expect the media to be there to pretty much cover all this, because it's going to be a nightmare. Basically, our southern border is wide open. There's no stopping them. It's what they did was they try and streamline the process of actually trying to process these people coming in. And we actually had a mass shooting in Texas, in Dallas. I think it was about a week or two ago.
8 or 9 people, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, there was one at what was it? It was one at an outlet mall. But there was another one. And I actually think that guy, they were just about ready to label him a serial killer, because he was dumping bodies into a lake. And they found a whole bunch there. But come to find out, I think that guy was illegal too. So, you know what they do is, years ago they deported them. But now that the border's open, they make their way back.
I like what the governor of Texas did. Send a lot of these immigrants up to, Corpus Christi. Not Corpus Christi. Up in Massachusetts. What's the name?
That's exactly right.
And they couldn't handle it. But here were the ones that are behind all this.
Well, what they're doing is they're sending them up to blue states, Democrat states like New York. So they flooded New York with them. I mean, busloads of them went to New York. And the mayor, Eric Adams of New York, couldn't handle them. And he actually pushed them up 2 counties in Orange and Rockland County. And now they're declaring a state of emergency.
Right.
So the overall goal of this...
Martha's Vineyard. There you go. They sent them to
but
Martha's Vineyard. And those people act like, oh, sure, come. But really, deep down inside, they didn't want them there. And they got them out of there.
Yeah, but there was one busload. There wasn't like hundreds and thousands that they brought up.
Right.
There. They brought one busload up there. And they accommodated them. They acted like they were welcome and everything else. You had 50 people get off the bus. That was it.
Well,
I mean, it's
Chicago
not like
here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In Chicago here, I kid you not, in Black neighborhood, there's this old school. They converted over so all these immigrants can live there. There's like maybe, almost 200 of them in the middle of bad Black neighborhood where there's gangbangers and everything. I mean, they want the shit to perpetuate big time.
Well, I believe you, because in New York they did the same thing, but they did it with hotels. So the city leased out hotels, and I'm not talking, 1-star hotels and motels. No, they like Times Square hotels, 4- and 5-star hotels. They were defecating in the in the stairwells and having sex in the stairwells and everything, and it got so bad at one point the mayor actually asked the cruise lines to come in, and they were going to pay the cruise lines to dock their ships and have the illegals be able to stay on board those ships. So they created this mess, and now they don't want to own it.
Well, yeah, they're getting all these perks, these immigrants, and there's people that got jobs, taxes, and everything is just going through the freaking roof, while these immigrants are getting an easy street.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are pissed
Can I
off.
just ask you a question there, Frank?
Sure.
Now, you're saying that they sent 1,500 troops down to the border. Is that for them to go through customs and be processed correctly, or is it just to handle illegal immigrants? And that fence you got put up, did they finish that fence?
No, that stopped the day Biden got in. And actually, what they're doing is, if there's a federal government website that they're actually selling pieces of the fence online, you could bid for it.
Okay.
Obama sold us out, man. Obama sold us out.
So
how much are they going for? I'd like to buy one to put on my wall.
To answer your question, Stephen, they sent 1,500 of them down with no weapons, and they're doing it to help with the processing of getting these people through.
Yeah, to break America more.
That's what it's for.
So in other words,
so you wouldn't classify those as illegal immigrants then?
They are
if they're going
illegal.
for customs.
Well, listen, what they do is they get them through, and they send them right out. So they don't give them green cards or anything else. They just let them through.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
They feed them. Actually, it got so bad one time down in Texas, the government spent $387 million on hotel rooms in Texas because they ran out of rooms at the processing center. See, what they do is it's a detention center. So they detain them coming in, and they go through a process. They feed them. They'll ask them a couple of questions. But you have to understand, there's kids being brought in by drug cartels. Like, you'll see a woman come in with 5 kids, and she'll say, "Oh yeah, this is 2 of these are my kids, and then the rest are my nieces and nephews. We're here to claim asylum, whatever." But they're not. They're being brought in by the drug cartels.
Yep.
So-
they get here, they call relatives back home, say, "Hey, come to America, man. We're living here practically free." "Oh, sure, we'll come." They
Seems like
want
a fucking
to flood
mess.
all these people in America to bring down our economy.
Well, I heard you say you were in Chicago. I'm in Florida.
Right.
So you know how we are
Outside.
down here. So Ron DeSantis actually just signed a bill saying that if you get caught with an illegal immigrant in your car, you get a fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're trying to nip this thing in the bud now.
This is the last
So-
weekend for Stinkfoot, Mayor Lightfoot. Thank God.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I
I
mean,
think
you
the
didn't
guy-
do much better, to be honest with you.
Right.
I mean,
we'll see how
the
this
guy
new guy
got-
does.
Yeah, I mean, this new guy he's not much better.
They've been
So-
sold out. They sold us out, dude. They swear to
Yeah.
God. Obama sold us out. They found a lot of bills, and we're in China's pocketbook, and it's just bullshit. They're
Well,
taking
I tell you, in my opinion, not to cut you off, but I'm sorry, but
us from the inside.
I think the overall goal of this, because they tried this before, about a year or 2 ago, I think, in my opinion, I'm not saying that this is going to happen. In my opinion, I think what they may try and do is a mass amnesty. Once they get enough people in here, you give them mass amnesty. At that point, they'll find a pathway to citizenship, and they'll be able to let them vote. And that's how the Democrats will stay in office. That's how I see it. I think that's the goal.
Well, our voting system's so screwed up. There's got to be a better way of voting because these mail-in ballots, all this other shit. No, everybody's got to be accountable.
Yeah, well,
Bullshit.
they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care. My wife is an immigrant to this country. And I've said this before. When she came here, she spoke one language, Portuguese. In 2 years, she learned English and Spanish. She went through the whole process to become a citizen, paid the fees, took the classes, studied for the test, got sworn in, did everything she had to do. She earned it.
Frank.
Within that 2 years, she became an interpreter. She's interpreted at the federal courthouse, the county courthouse, the school board, everything. So she was
Frank, may
telling
I
me.
ask you a question, Frank?
Yeah, sure.
Can she speak Italian?
She speaks a little Italian because if I say something to her in Italian, she understands me. So
Yeah. My wife's a Mexican Polak.
You can't say that word.
Mexican what?
Can't say
Mexican
that
Polak. Her mom's Mexican, her dad's Polish.
Wow.
Mexican Polaco.
Only Clint Eastwood
Right.
can get away with saying Polak. Oh, damn.
Oh, my mate's mother she's half Aboriginal, half American Indian.
Oh,
That's
Abbo,
really
right,
queer
right.
looking. No, not allowed to say that.
No, not exactly.
Yeah,
How do you get a mixture like that? For
I've got no idea, Johnny. I
Get
didn't
it,
get
get
it.
that must have been in the dream time.
Ask any bartender. They'll probably tell
Me,
you.
I'm Irish Swedish and Dutch.
Must have had a convention or something and got excited about it somewhere along the line. There, right? Indigenous people invented worldwide and ended up together or something. I don't know.
So you tell me if a person from Holland marries a Filipino, their kid's going to be a jalapeno?
Come here, my little hot one.
Yeah, I guess so.
But so realistically, Frank,
who's GD in the?
That's Jeff.
this is going to make your job 10 times harder, and your risk factor is going to multiply, I would imagine.
Did you say risk or like
Risk. Avery.
Okay.
Remember what Frank does for a job?
Yeah, in the disposal business apparently.
because
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy on anybody. It's
well,
not
the
going
whole
to be
part
easy.
about
I
it
don't
is
think.
the general public will say, well, what the fuck are all these bastards doing here? There's not enough work for, then the violence starts. Then all the rest of it. Then the media will blow it up into, it's a racism riot and then you come in to sort something out. Well, you just got to play on your judgment. Then you're an asshole. The media should be fucking drawn and bloody drawn and quartered and horsewhipped after them bastards. Because what they put in the media is 99% bullshit. It's fallacy.
So here, the guys that cut grass, the guys that do the labor work that a lot of Americans won't do. I mean, we've always had them here. 99% of them, I'm sure, they do their work, they go home. I mean, let's face it. Like I said, there's a lot of lazy Americans that won't do the work that they do. They work in farms, they work on the highways. Like I said, cut grass, everything else.
It's true.
We need them here.
Here in
We
Chicago.
need them here. Yeah, we need.
Who
the bottom
cuts all
line
the
is
grasses?
we need
Who
them.
does all the
here.
roofing?
Okay, I understand that.
Works in these
But America
factories?
needs, right? But America needs to know what's coming in our country. This is how I feel. So,
Well,
I mean, if
come on,
somebody
you
knocks
gotta
on your
know
front
that.
door- Oh, if somebody knocks on
Yeah,
your
but
front door. Don't you check to see who it is before you answer? Of course you do.
Right. But you got to know that they're really breaking down our economy and making it harder and harder. Because I fix appliances and I go to people's houses every day, and it's just, I see it. I see mom and dad have to move in with the kids because Medicare is so dang high and their medications. The food is so bad, and everybody's fat asses around here in Chicago. I'm sure it's everywhere else, but it's cheaper to eat fast food and go to the store and buy the food and have to make it because mom's been working all day. She wants to come home and make food for everybody. No, she wants to relax. She had a hard day of work, so she'll just bring home McDonald's. Her kid, shut up. We're just, it's bad. It really is.
Well, that's what you just described, Mac, is why worldwide there's a problem with obesity.
Yes, they're making it this way. But there's certain countries that won't allow certain products in their food like they do over here in America.
Oh, look,
And
you
there's corn syrup.
Well,
There's
what's the
gluten.
equivalent of American
There's gluten.
energy?
There's no protein in the food. That's why they're still hungry.
You only have to look at the flag bearer of the United States, McDonald's. Well, over here we call it McShit.
Yeah, I don't eat it.
McDonald's is the place to go. They serve you rattlesnakes, pickles up your nose, French fries between your toes. Can I get my money back before I have a Mac attack?
you
But,
literally are look back talking about Mac. I love that. I love that.
I remember. Oh, this is back in the 70s. The first McDonald's restaurant. I use that word very loosely, especially when I'm talking about those.
A lot of people here know about McDonald's being shit food. A lot of people know.
It used to be like
It
what do
was-
they call them restaurants that have the chicks that go out on roller skates and deliver to the door and
Car hops. Car hops.
Yeah, it was like that. The original was like that, wasn't it?
Dog and Suds.
I
We
watched
had
the movie on it. That's all I know, but it was a good movie with Michael.
Dog
Keaton.
and Suds.
Yeah.
We had it in my town when I was a kid growing up. Used to pull up in there. She'd come out, we'll get the order, then come out with the tray, put it on the glass, and yay! All sat in the car and ate our food.
Oh,
Yeah.
happy days.
It's
Yeah.
cool. May
But
I
yeah.
just foreigner real quick? About 15, 17 degrees, maybe. I don't know. It's fluctuating. But I don't know about Watford. I'm not in Watford.
But yeah, the one
Nice,
thing
though,
about it, I go back to the 70s. A McDonald's hamburger then
Tastes great.
here was compatible with our fish and chip type shop hamburger.
Right.
you know, they were a good size, good enough value, but the only thing they had it over the fish and chip shop is you could just go, I want one of them, and bang, it's there, you know. Now, you know, I know one bloke, he got a job working in a kitchen, and the cook said to him, "What are you doing? The what you're cooking's burning." And he said, "Well, the alarm hasn't gone off yet." Because he worked in McDonald's, and everything you did, it had a buzzer saying, "All right, that's done now. That's done now." He wasn't a cook. He was an assembly fucking worker.
I just got an idea. I was wondering, maybe Avery can come over here to America dressed like a tranny and saying, "Hey, I support McDonald's and Burger King," and we'll videotape them, and nobody will want to eat at McDonald's or Burger King anymore.
I was hoping to, you know, you said dress like a tranny. Yeah, all right, I'll do that.
I think it'd be really, really good.
It did some beer, what do you call it? The Budweiser Light.
Yeah, well, Avery's going to feature in the next Budweiser Light commercial.
Yeah, apparently,
he's going to put the manly face back into Budweiser. He's wearing his tutu.
Yeah. But yeah, every time they try to bring that Bud Light back, it's making even the gay community pissed off now.
Oh my God!
There was a concert where they put 2 coolers. No, they had 4 coolers out, 4 different beers, and nobody would touch the Bud Light. All the beer was free, but nobody would touch the Bud Light.
Well, Budweiser used to be.
Bud Light is like your Forex.
Yeah, but it used to be the big seller in America.
Oh,
yeah. Used to be.
Yes.
Well, Johnny, now it's associated with.
I went to the liquor store last week.
And shit.
Yeah, I went to the liquor store last week and I filmed it. And all the Budweisers just stacked to the wall, and they were half price. They wanted that shit out of there.
Well, I don't know about the semantics of all that, but it's still piss beer. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go out in there. If I had to pick a light beer to drink in the nice heat, it would probably be Coors.
We need a Republican tranny to be on our side to do that. Go to McDonald's. Oh, I like McDonald's. And if you come to McDonald's, you support me and my trannyism.
Imagine if Ronald McDonald's was
write them back with your own shit. The tranny burger. Yeah.
Come on down on the Mac and try some real beer.
Come on down
and try some real pizza.
The only real peaches Macca in Australia.
It's in damn Chicago. You know it. In New York.
Lygon Street.
Italian pizza. Come on, Frankie, back me up on this one, man.
You know what?
It's funny pizza.
It's funny you guys mentioned pizza. When I went down to Brazil,
Four
in Brazil, pizza is completely different down there. I mean, first of all, they eat with a knife and fork. That's like Europe, right?
Yeah.
But they put shredded chicken. God, what the hell is the pizza? It was all shredded chicken, like 4 different kinds of cheeses. I mean, they used ketchup and mayonnaise on their pizza. It was like completely foreign to me when I saw that. I said to my wife, "Why the hell are they using mayonnaise and mustard on their pizza? And they even use ketchup." I said, "No, you can't do that." She says, "Yeah, but that's the way we eat it down here." I said, "You're kidding me." She goes, "No." So, I mean, it's
like
strange,
spaghetti.
but
ketchup and noodles.
Yeah, well, pizza's regional. You know, I mean, it's eaten differently all over the world.
Well, you know, if you got a bad pizza, is when you start chewing it and the mozzarella comes up in your mouth and it doesn't break down. It turns to like a ball of cheese. That's crappy ass cheese.
I'll try to get it on the camera if I can. When it goes like this.
If that happens, Mac, you got to take it out of the plastic before you cook it.
Seriously, the cheese, these frozen pizza.
Yeah.
All these kids want to eat pizza, frozen pizza, whatever.
1 point to Johnny.
I'd rather eat the box.
If
I'm going to go to the freezer 1 second, and I'll
pizza,
show you a real man's pizza. Hang on.
if you want to know about cooking pizzas, I can tell you about cooking pizzas. I'll never eat another fucking pizza after last Friday night where I cooked 30 of the fucking things.
Oh boy.
You made 30 pizzas?
Yeah.
For what?
Commercial kitchen, Frank. I was in a commercial kitchen and 30 fucking pizzas, bang, out the door. I don't care if I never see another fucking pizza.
Yeah, I'm considered a pizza snob up here. I mean, seriously, like Phil's Pizza is the only pizza that I can, love, enjoy the crust. It still tastes old-fashioned pizza. This newer stuff, like Pizza Hut and Beggar's Pizza, it's the cheese. It doesn't break down in your mouth as you're chewing it up.
Yeah, well,
that Pizza Hut's fucking shocking, Mac.
It's crap.
Cheese is shit.
Well, they put all kinds of preservatives.
Look at that. That's real pizza.
You
That's
know what?
real man's
But
pizza
it
there.
is. It's got more shelf life for the product,
I don't even want
And
that.
Avery, how can
we're
you
so
eat
wasteful
that?
in America. You know how much crap we throw
I
out
haven't
at
eaten
the
it
restaurants
yet.
at the end of the night? We throw a lot of shit out. A lot.
Hey, Frankie, you
made a
put a
pizza,
on
Johnny,
my
you know this.
pizza, I'll break your face.
Yeah.
Fuck your mother. Fuck
It's a not so nice. Oh, I break your face. What's the matter, boy? Hey, what's the matter with you? It's a not so nice. Oh, shut up! I'm breaking your face.
Shut up,
Yeah.
You know,
And
pizza's
Austra-
an
Australia-
Italian dish. And like Frank says, it's regional, which ones
Yeah.
do it. The rest of the world has accepted it. And like Mac, you say, oh, a New York pizza. I've seen New York pizzas. I wouldn't piss on it. You get an Aussie pizza, it's fucking 10 times better.
Yeah.
It is, Frank.
I believe it. I believe it.
We got fresh cheese and blah, blah, blah,
The
blah.
best pizza I had was actually a rectangular one. It was
But,
the Four Seasons.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with
that's
you.
the slab, Avery.
Cooked
It
by
depends-
apparently real Italians.
It depends on
come
where you get
Johnny.
it.
You know what good Aussie food is. It's a bloody Turkish pita kebab up King's Cross.
I thought it was
on
fucking
Saturday
shrimp on the
at
barbie.
2 a.m. in the morning.
I thought it was shrimps on the barbie or prawns, whatever you call them.
And Foster's. Good old Foster's.
Even the Australians don't like Foster's.
What the fuck is that, Mac?
Foster's beer? I used
We
to
don't
collect
fucking
beer
drink.
cans.
We don't drink that over here.
I used to collect beer cans when I was a kid, and
I
that
don't
big
know anybody
can
who
of
drinks it.
Foster's was a hard can to get collected. When I got my first Foster's can for my collection, I was like, "Wow, sweet, yeah!"
In Australia,
Well,
do you guys have Sicilian pizza? The squares?
They should do.
No,
That's what I was on
no.
about, Frankie.
Oh, you don't
Back me
have
up,
that, huh?
man, please.
No.
Yeah.
One thing about your Fosters, if you came over here, mate, if you asked for a Foster's, everybody would look at like you were retarded.
Well, that's like Budweiser now. Same thing.
And
You order
the thing
Budweiser,
is,
you're toast.
it's exported. I don't think I've seen it. I haven't seen it since the 70s, 80s. Haven't
Well,
seen
your beer where
Foster's
you are
on the shelf of
It's
anywhere.
VB, isn't it? You like Victoria Bitter. That's your
No,
beer.
Yeah.
Carlton Draft. Carlton Draft's mine.
Oh,
Carlton Draft or Victoria Bitter. They're the popular ones.
Yeah, Victoria Bitter. They changed the recipe. So we changed that. That's visitors' beer now. You give that to your visitors, and you save the Carlton Draft for yourself.
So
Okay.
you might as well call it tourist beer, right?
Johnny, they're still drinking Foster's, the backward bastards.
Well,
Got to
Jeff,
wean them, Jeff. Got to wean them. We'll wean them onto the
they
right
had
good
to-
stuff over
they
there.
had to get rid of 30 years worth of stock that the Australians wouldn't drink.
Right. I don't blame them.
Great Northern is up in Queensland, right?
Yeah, but the funny thing is, Frank, it started off as a private, private brewery, and it gained a bit of it gained a bit of market share. So Carlton and United, which is the beer that I which was a beer, they went up there and threw a whole heap of money on the table and said, how's that? And they said, thank you very much. It's yours now.
What do you
It's
guys
still-
think of microbrew beer?
Delicious.
Have you seen the Yank tourists in bloody Fortitude Valley in Brisbane freaking out at all the Forex signs? Because in America, Forex is their biggest brand of condom. And they're all cracking up that we've got these buildings all over Brisbane with these massive Forex signs. Sorry.
Yeah, but that shows you about Queensland. They can't spell beer. That's why they put the 4 X's there.
That's funny.
Now look at one, Johnny. That's 2 in a row.
Yeah. 3 X's is a good route. 4 X's are totally fucked up.
Yeah, I prefer the microbrews myself. We got a lot of good ones nearby where I live, and I'd rather buy a beer local now. I mean, unless I'm in a pinch and I run up to the store real quick and get a Yingling or something. That's America's oldest brewery. So
yeah, it hasn't got the preservatives and stuff like that in it, Frank. But look, around here is a few microbrewery type things, but realistically, they're mixing beer up with fucking puff the lion fucking flowers and turning it.
Puff the lion.
They're turning it into fucking crap. They're trying to get the fucking wanker movement to love their fucking beer or some bloody thing. And really, where they're starting off with a half decent product, the add-ins that they put into it is not
Dandelion burdock.
Is not. They're turning into fucking faggot fucking drinks. And look, the common man doesn't fucking drink that kind of stuff. If you're kind of like a little bit like Avery, you might fucking pick up on it. But
how about Bundy rum? Any good?
No, I don't. I made myself very, very sick on whiskey when I was a young bloke. I actually got alcohol poisoning.
Oh, no shit.
And the only spirit that I drink is ouzo. And
Greek drink. There's a Greek.
Yeah.
I love it, but it don't love me
strong.
back, so I don't drink it very often.
Oh, that's strong. Woo.
Yeah,
Can't beat the old vodka.
I was at a Greek guy's house fixing his appliance. My last call, he's like, "Hey, have some ouzo with me." I go, "Nah." Like, "Oh, come on." So I had some ouzo. Had a little glass. Boy, I got a little buzz up of that shit.
I like Greek food. Greek food is real good.
Got to have
What
a bit of
happens
vodka in you. Vodka's very good for your made of potatoes, and you get a little bit of that tequila. I love that tequila.
Yep.
Absent will leave you absent-minded.
That's another one. That's another one. I went to the pub when I was young, and the common thing in the day was tequila and raspberry. Well, I can remember getting home and throwing up me toenails and God knows
Oh,
what.
jeez.
I'll never drink that shit
got the
again.
worm in it, you are a pussy.
Well, the whole part about it is I've never drank tequila since, and I've never had anything fucking raspberry.
Living so close, we're right next to the Caribbean here, and we get a lot of the Jamaican rum and Puerto Rican and
the Jamaican coconut rum. There's
a brand that I will never drink again. It's called Ray and Nephew, and if you ever want to know what your chest feels like when it's on fire, drink that because it will cure any ailment that you have, guaranteed. I will never touch that stuff again.
What about the pina colada?
You say that about rum, Frank, because I was never sick when I was on rum, only the vodka.
Yeah, I prefer rum.
Did you get it?
Sam is a man's best friend. You give it to the girlfriend who's got that problem with hair on her top lip.
I usually use tape for that and rip it off her face.
Avery, have you ever had sex on the beach?
Yeah, I hate getting sand on my balls.
And the sex on the beach, yeah.
Andy.
What did you think of it, Avery?
I have sex on the beach. Well, do you know what? The cocktail.
Was it layered properly?
It's a cocktail. It is what it is. It's a pretty drink. I enjoy it. sex on the actual beach, though, not good because you get sand.
What you tried to
everywhere
feel
you
the
want it to
sunrise?
go. You know how that goes.
When I go down to
that close-
Brazil,
That close
not
to the water,
pleasant.
it
It's
really
not
did smell
pleasant.
like fish, didn't it?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't try to smell nothing at that point.
Ah, so there's
Hey,
nothing fishy
Hey,
going
you
on.
make me feel really stupid there. Thank you.
when I go down to Brazil, I can drink almost next to nothing down there. I mean, it's like when you guys go to Thailand. I'm sure it's the same thing. It's cheap because the currency. The last time I went was about 3 years ago, but it was 5-1, and I'm drinking beers. U.S. it was like 50 cents a bottle. It was like nothing. You know, I'm drinking out of coconuts for a quarter. You know, and you go down there, you get a 6-pack. You go to the grocery store, you go to the supermarket, get a fucking 6-pack of beer for $1 US. I mean, they keep them drunk down there, man. It's so affordable. Even the food.
Where's
down
that?
there. In Brazil.
I put
Yeah.
that on my list.
And you came back with an amazing wife, didn't you?
No, actually, I met her here.
Oh,
Wait,
all right, my bad.
actually,
Sorry.
Actually, Frank, Thailand's got a bit expensive.
What's the exchange rate now with you guys?
22.60 Australian, 22.60 Australian Thai baht to $1 Australian dollar,
Okay.
which is not. It's come up a bit from the last time I was over there, but when I first started going over there was 28. Near on 29.
But it's still a bargain for you guys to go over there, though, isn't it?
Oh, look.
Yeah, it is, but it used to be a real good bargain.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Daughter only come over here probably 3 months ago, and she was complaining about the prices of stuff over there.
Yeah, went up there 27%, John.
Yeah, and she's actually thinks that here is to a certain extent, like food and that.
Yeah.
Although I'm complaining about the cost, she thinks it's pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, which is surprising.
Australian dollar isn't faring very well at the moment, Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see
68
how it goes
American.
after this.
It's 68 American dollar.
Is received by the world in the next few days.
Frank is humming.
Oh my God.
What?
What is that, a lawnmower or what?
Yeah, that's my neighbor behind me. He's got the guy.
Oh, I
cutting
thought
grass.
that was my tinnitus kicked in.
Turn up his lawnmower on.
Yeah, he's got the ride.
What is that?
Yeah, he's got. Hold on, I'll go in the house. I'm just
Don't
out
you,
here
can't you
fucking.
see I'm streaming? Turn that shit off.
Shoot him, Frank.
I'm actually pulling weeds outside while I'm talking to you guys. I had to cut down some branches off my tree out in the front.
So you're a Floridian, but you got like a Jersey accent.
Yeah.
He
I
came
moved down
from
here-
Jersey.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I moved down here in '97. I was 22 years old, and now I'm 47. So I've been here ever since, and I'm not going back.
So
Apparently, this is not what I heard. I heard that The Sopranos came on TV and you had to get the fuck out of there. Is that true?
That is not true.
hey, can you say the word milk and sausage for us? I want to hear you say
I
milk and
don't
sausage.
blame you, Frank. I tell you what, I'm not a fan of snow and cold.
I'm starting to hate it myself.
When you're a kid, it's great, but when you're an adult and you have to drive in that shit and shovel it off your fucking car and hope the road is plowed, forget it. It's a pain in the ass.
It is.
Yeah.
And it lasts too long nowadays.
Yeah.
Winter sucks. Especially
No,
Chinese did it.
It's
China
just
did
me
it.
It had to be,
getting
right?
old.
did it.
Okay, the Chinese, of course. Just blame them for everything. Yeah,
We should
right.
put we should all stop eating Chinese food around here just to show it
Yeah.
we mean business.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still waiting for this global warming bullshit they told us about.
Oh, fuck.
We didn't have
I'm
that
not
much
trying
sun
to be
this
rude
winter.
here, but you know that Chinese place I showed you yesterday? They've literally put my whole town's fish and chip shop business out of business.
Hey,
Oh,
Avery, we got a restaurant down the street. The name of it's called Jen Ho's. Jen Ho.
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, this one's the Golden Dragon or
I
something.
told my wife, hey, they got your restaurant named after
all
you.
the fish and chips. Our staple meal, of course, right?
And my wife's name
Our
is
staple
Jen.
meal. Now it's too expensive. The Chinese undercut them, and they did it better. Well, fair play to the Chinese for that, but they did ruin a few businesses in the time. That's all I'm gonna say on that. And please pick up because everything I say is either not intelligent or.
Why do you pick on the Chinese for like that, Avery? What about the
I was
pizza
just
restaurants? Do you pick on the
I
Italians for
was
that?
copying you, Stephen. I was copying you.
Oh,
Was
well,
it?
Yeah.
I
while
love
we're-
Chinese.
while
I
we're
think
on the
everybody should have a
subject-
Chinese person for a pet.
Well,
Yes, I love King Channel as well, but that's not the point.
I last one I kind of had. I don't think they cooked it right. The little cunt was tough.
Jesus.
Yeah, our governor here actually just signed a bill that the Chinese corporations are no longer allowed to buy land in Florida.
Good on them.
Yeah.
Well, they own our
wish
state
they'd-
parks.
I wish they would have done it here.
Yeah.
They own our state parks.
Oh, yeah?
Bureau of Land Management. Yeah, you go into any state park per person, you have to pay $80, and that's for a ticket for the whole year.
$80? Oh,
$80 per person.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
So
Why do
for the whole
people- why do
year, I'm allowed to
people
go
pay
to
it?
any state park in the United States after that. I buy that ticket.
Your governor's no good either. That guy, what's Pritzker? That guy's
Fat
horrible.
cat. He's a billionaire. Why would a
Yeah.
billionaire be in office? You know what I'm saying?
That guy's hit the buffet one too many times, man. He's huge.
He is a buffet. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but the whole thing.
He's a
Mac,
country within himself.
All right, now let's look at this. The big thing is here they're trying to depopulate us. Okay, let's say they get all this depopulation done. They got it all. They're taking care of our. Oh, geez. If you look at the birthing rate, it considerably has dropped. So we got a depopulated world. Nobody's having babies. You think we might be extinct in our future or what?
Well, I wouldn't say that we're depopulating. I think in certain areas it is. I know Japan and Italy, they have a problem with that now, and they're
Well,
trying
China's way overpopulated.
I'm sorry?
China's way overpopulated. You can only have one kid, I hear. And
No,
some
I
of the
think they
guys
changed
go,
that.
"Oh, I have a daughter. I don't want her. Let's kill her. Let's try for a boy."
They changed that, didn't they? I mean, the
I
Australians, you
think
guys
maybe
should
they
know
did,
that, right?
but
Didn't they
before they
change
used to
it?
be like that.
It used to be, not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. Believe me, they need as many people as they can now. They're going to have wage war on everybody, so.
Can I just? China's got the same problem as Japan. I know it's hard to imagine because you think there's so many billions of people in China.
I've been waiting all this time to interrupt. Love you, Stephen Perrin.
Well,
Shit, I
only
didn't know
because
he was
it- only because it's a fact that China's getting to the stage where they've not got enough people to have sex to have babies, so it will increase exponentially, and China will have a big problem within 10 years. It's not going to be like 50 years, 100 years time. Within 10 years time, China won't have enough young people to take care and provide money for the old people.
So they'll be like Japan, right, Steve?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
All the
absolutely.
centurions over there, there's too many of them.
Yeah.
So-
The old people. Look, it's people living like me. We're living too young, living too old,
Yeah.
and we're not producing enough people. Look, we all thought when we paid taxes that the government would invest it, and that would provide us with our pensions, because that's what you do, wouldn't it? You know,
We spent our
100%.
pension.
You would invest the money that people gave you so that when they got to 65, 66, they would get money back. That's what private pension companies did. The government never did that. They just spent the money. So when you get to 65, 66, 67, whatever the pension age is, it's the young people working today that pay for it. And that's what's happening all over the world. That's why private pensions are brilliant. government pensions are shit. But yeah, honestly, China is going through exactly the same problems as Japan's going through. And it's going to happen really quickly. 10 years, and they'll be stuck.
But Stephen, India will overtake China population very shortly.
The United States.
There's only about 20 million in it now.
Yeah.
The top spot. See what happens over there.
Well, I would
30%
go
of the
over
world
and help-
population
I would go
stuck
over and
there.
help them- I would go over and help them out, Stephen, but I'm a bit busy.
Really? Oh, yeah, okay. Just send over the sperm, mate, in an envelope. That'll do 'em.
Does that work?
Little bottle. Yeah, I believe so. I said it everywhere.
I have to lick the envelope.
Don't go licking things, Steve. Put it in a little tube and just send it. Yeah. Market hazardous material.
Look, I find it totally counterintuitive. I thought the whole world was getting overpopulated and ridiculous. You know, we have a naturalist here. I can't think of his name. Very famous guy. Does lots of naturalists. He always said, "Oh, the population is getting too big." It's actually working the other way. The population is fucked up.
How I read it, Stephen, was that China's one-child policy is they're full of old people there in China. There's no young people coming up through the generations. And that's going to fuck them. They reckon they're going to lose, what was it? I'll just read the statistics now. They're going to drop 100 million in the next couple of years.
Hey, Clark.
So like over here in the United States, over here in the United States, we had the baby boomers, right? And now they're all old. They're wanting to get their pensions and stuff. But the politicians have spent all their money. So they're trying to give these people their money. So they're really raising up taxes, the food, everything. They're really crunching it big time over here in America. All rural America is closing down and moving towards the cities because nobody can survive out in rural. Like in my state of Illinois, rural Illinois is closing up. All the small towns, the only people who are staying there are the old people that are living on their pensions. They don't have to go get a job. But their families got to move to the city so they can have jobs and support their families. And it's just, that's what's happening all through America. We're seriously, we're at a war.
Very similar in the UK, Matt.
They have if you can't see it here in America, but they're having an inside war, a silent war on us. Whoever's it is, I said Obama, he sold us out to China. That's why we have China products on all of our shelves. Everything's from China. Our damn appliances suck because they're from China.
Well, you know, it wasn't that long ago. Actually, and you know, for all his faults, I actually give him credit because he balanced the budget. But when Bill Clinton was president here, we actually had a budget surplus in this country of $137 billion. And when he left office, George Bush comes in, and you know what happened from there. I mean, we had the war in Iraq, 9/11, everything else, and they just spent like drunken sailors since then.
Bush.
Both parties just let it go. And
because they got paid off.
Yeah, and I mean, we were paying. I'll never forget it. I went to a gas station, and I remember I paid 87 cents a gallon for gas back in 1997. And we were in a good place in this country back then. I mean, you have a $137 billion surplus, and I think you're doing pretty damn good. Now we're $32 trillion in debt in 23 years. How the hell does that happen?
Well, we owe all that money to China. Yeah, but we owe that money to China. The way I look at it is China's the one who started this pandemic and everything, and they started all this world's problems. I think they should be paying for everything since they goofed up, right? Nobody's even betting an eye going after China. Nobody's betting an eye and going after China. Why is that?
That's not going to happen.
They're in everybody's pocket. That's why.
Everybody's fucking paid off by these bastards. And this money they're printing out of thin air over here in America.
Don't you think that's why they actually quite like inflation? Because if you've got a 20 trillion debt, what you really want is inflation to act on that debt.
Inflation is a hidden tax, but that money's not going to pay off debt. That money's going over to fucking Ukraine. We have given Ukraine $113 billion since last year. Think about that. $113 billion. And they just raised interest rates again last week. They went up another quarter point. So It
Right.
is a hidden tax.
Oh, absolutely. But governments want it. Look, I'll tell you a very short. I have many boring stories. This is another boring story. My dad used to be a buyer for local authorities. So he would buy land from farmers, from everywhere, on behalf of the council, to build industrial estates or a road or whatever. He's a valuer. And he said he always went in with a value that the farmer, whoever owned the land, would think, fuck me, that's a great deal. I'm going for that. So in effect, he'd go over the top of what the farmer would expect for his land. And he's actually, just to put it out, he actually bought land off royalty. So he bought land from the Queen in London. But anyway, that's only because I'm bragging that he was a valuer in London. However, he always worked on a principle that didn't matter, because whatever he paid it for at the start, by the time it actually came down to paying the money, inflation would have brought it back down to what was the reasonable price for the land. And
Right.
that's how I think governments look at it. They don't look at it as, 20 trillion, but we just print some more money. Inflation will take care of that debt. It's all a con. And we're the idiots who have to pay for it. That's the problem.
Well,
Because me, everybody on this panel pays for that chicanery. That
I think
joke
that,
on it.
that was the most poignant thing you said. We, the idiots.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say we're idiots, but the whole part about it is we're pawns in their game.
Yeah.
But now, Steve,
Yeah.
did you take on any of your father's wisdom as far as valuing assets?
Johnny, no. I although my mother and father told me lots of stories about my babyhood and youth and whatever, I think I was adopted. I was found somewhere, because both my mother and father were really clever people. I mean, exceptionally clever. And I think we all know, Johnny, I'm nowhere near that standard of intelligence. So I think I was a
Please
found.
do not say that about
Well,
yourself.
the point to my question is, what are you going to value Charles and Camilla at?
Charles and Camilla. No, I'm not a royalist, but I like the idea of a royal family. But we had that discussion the other night, and I've done my bit on
I
it.
like the idea of it. Yeah.
I don't think William and Kate would be
Yeah,
so bad. I don't know really much
the
about
idea of royalty, the principle of royalty is bad, but the fact is it actually quite works. I mean, America's really great. They've got the Constitution. I love the Constitution. I wish the UK had a Constitution like America.
I
It's
love
the
boobs.
most beautiful.
America has the Kardashians.
It's the most beautiful document anybody has ever written. Lasted for what, 250 years? Whatever. It's absolutely brilliant. We don't have that in the UK. In the UK, okay, I'll explain it very quick. I'll shut up in a minute, Johnny. Sorry, mate. In the UK, we could vote tomorrow to bring back slavery.
Wow.
Oh, this is a
If
hot
we wanted
topic. Jesus.
He said it. I'm going to go silent.
In America, the only thing that could stop that would be the Royal Charter stepping in and saying, no, come on, mate, that's fucking stupid. In America, that won't happen. It's in your right that there is no slavery. It's it's brilliant. I love the American Constitution. It's very clever. Way above its time. I've read a lot of it, and the English, the language in it is just beautiful.
I'm going to
They
ignore
really,
everything you said.
really understood
In
what
my
was
head,
going
I
on.
heard you say, I
I'm
love
guessing
my-
Frank. Frank is an American because he said he lived near the Caribbean. What do you
Sure.
think, Frank? I think your Constitution is probably more important than the Bible.
I agree with you, but a lot of times it's how it's interpreted, especially at the Supreme Court level. I mean, you have
Well, yeah.
nine Supreme Court justices, and
Oh yeah. There's always things, but the principle of it is brilliant.
Of course, yeah.
It's saying, look, we're not going to be stuffed over by governments. We're not going to be invaded.
That's why we still have a Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment is the only amendment that says these rights shall not be infringed.
Exactly.
So I mean, we can get into. I know in Australia they had a tough time years ago with that, and they took everybody's guns. In England, they probably did the same thing. But a lot of people think that we're a country that we sleep with guns under our pillow. And really, it's not like that at all. I mean, I think more people do not own a gun in this country than do own a gun. I mean, I have several. But that's me. And the laws are different.
Be careful how much you divulge, Frankie.
Well, come to my house and find out. You'll find out the hard way.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, I know.
And then he'll pin his badge on after he shot you, Avery.
I can't get in trouble if I side with you.
I know. First, they'll drag you back into the house. Because you can't shoot somebody who's running away from you, so you have to shoot them.
You know what? The threshold.
Then drag them back into the house.
The threshold, buddy.
I'm only joking, Frankie, but look, your country, Frankie, your country gets a lot of criticism.
Thumbs up.
It doesn't get any criticism from me at all. I think the way you govern yourself, what's it called? It's not a democracy. It's a democratic republic. What the fuck are you doing, Avery? Stop it.
That's not me, buddy.
Who's doing it?
The first noise and the irritating thing you hear, you blame it on me. Thanks, Mr. Perrin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Avery.
No, you're all right. I'll work on you later, buddy.
You have a reputation. So look, it's like the boy who cried wolf. You have a reputation for doing that sort of stuff, so obviously I'm going to blame you first.
Hey, Clark, I wanted to ask Clark a question. Are you going to retire in Thailand, Clark, you think? Is he there? Stephen Clark?
Clarky, I'll send you tranny porn if you don't answer him.
He might be making a cup of tea or something.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I think he's muted.
I think, in honesty, Frank, my idea
Jeff.
was always half time, and there was some real reasons for that, because
Hey, Johnny, hang on 1 second. Johnny, I just want to ask a quick question. That guy Jeff, he didn't have a problem with me, did he? Because if I said something wrong, I'd like to apologize. Because
no. I think Jeff. Well, my kind of streams and that, Jeff does his kind of stuff, and some of it Jeff feels a little bit out of, But he's got broad shoulders, mate. Don't worry about that.
All right. Well, if it was something I said, I'd like to apologize now if he's listening. I apologize. I didn't mean to come across any certain way. So,
but there is
no way to upset nausea. Apparently,
you're right, mate. The whole part about it for me, you look at health. Yes, I can get it in other countries, but it's going to cost me. It's something that as you get older and you really evaluate weather and lifestyles have got quite a bit to do with things. Yes. Here it's quite a colder climate, but than Thailand. Now, Thailand I like. I don't like every part of it. I do not like the idea of you know, the 90-day check-ins. I don't like quite a few things. But like my wife comes here and, you know, she's accepted and given the same rights that I've got. If I go there, that's virtually not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I find a lot of the countries, and I understand they want to keep their identities and things like that, but they could be, you know, like for mixed relationships. I think they could be a lot more foregoing because it brings money into their countries. Because it doesn't matter if I spend money in Australia or I spend it over in Thailand. It's bringing. It's all about bolstering an economy. And when you start dictating to the people, and in some ways making them feel inferior, well, you get a bit pissed off about that. I enjoy my visits there. Once upon a time, I thought, I could possibly retire, but I've rethought it and just went, well, to get what I have here for virtually free is going to cost me. So you start adding a lot of this stuff up, and to chase a bit of sunshine, it starts to get costly. But on a shorter term, it's fine. Like the last time I was over, I think chicken breast fillets were in a Tesco Lotus supermarket with the same price as I had here. So some of the food items. Now, if you went to the local markets and stuff, it's cheaper. It just depends on how you do you get your resources and things like that. There's the same with the Philippines. A lot of people, are still out there waving the flag saying this is the spot to be. Yeah, maybe. But it depends on how much sacrifice they want to make.
Would you prefer Thailand to Australia?
In some ways. Like, this is an expensive country, though, Frank. Very expensive. Like, transport, as far as public transport's got cheaper in this state. But if I fly from Melbourne to Cairns and back again, I can virtually get a cheap, shitty flight to Thailand for the same money.
Wow.
A minimum around a hotel here is around, for a night without breakfast, just a mediocre hotel. It's around $100. I can get a very good high hotel with breakfast, swimming pools and all that kind of stuff for about $50 Australian over in Thailand. And, if you drop your limits down, you can get it, $20. It just depends on what you're after. Those kind of things, and fuel here, fuel everywhere is expensive, but
can I add my 2 cents in, Johnny?
Yeah.
No.
You sure can, because you're living there, Steve. You cut me down.
Johnny, I just want to say, no, not at all. I 100% agree with you that the racism that is rife in Thailand and the dual pricing, the fact that we have 0 rights at all with it as a expat in Thailand, no voting power, no chance of owning property unless you're, no chance of easily owning property. Lots of stuff is horrible about Thailand. Couldn't agree with you more, Johnny.
One
However-
US dollar is worth $1.47 Australian. I just looked it up now.
Yeah. Oh, look, I tell you what, Frank, over the years when I was traveling to the Philippines and Thailand, there's been times when the US our dollar has been higher than theirs, but it's only been for 48 hours.
Wow.
And I've always followed the market, so I've gone and just got bought US dollars, bang, and then 2 days later, they've pumped the dollar back up again, and you go, beauty, I made a quid out of that. That's happened. I can't remember the exact years, but it's happened within the 2 times in the last 20 years. But like the same as the UK pound, it's the American dollar and the UK pound would be pretty well on a par, I think. I haven't had a look.
Hello, Frank. You asked a question before. Am I thinking of retiring in Thailand? Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Not immediately, though. I don't have to sell my house, so, and I've got a pretty good deal and shit like that. So, don't know, mate, but I love living in Thailand. Thailand's full of action and a lot of Australian towns and stuff. They're just a place where you want to die type of thing. It's fucking boring. I mean, they're beautiful, but they can be so boring sometimes. And, so I like the action, and I lived in Thailand for 10 years. I just loved every frigging minute of it, mate. I really didn't see any place I didn't like there, but Johnny says there's some places, but I didn't really see anything that I couldn't live there. But, it's a great place, a great life. The people are friendly, and, yeah, Johnny's right. They do treat you like a fucking, they don't – you got no rights over there. That's the only criticism I have of the place. You can never you can never be a Thai. Let me finish.
Oh, fuck me. Somebody interrupted me as I was telling the story. Now I can interrupt you.
Go again.
I'm agreeing with you.
Go on, Steve. Was I
joking?
Mr. Perrin,
the weird thing is, with all that racism and you're a second-class citizen, they
that's
treat
right. That's
you
right,
with
Steve.
the utmost. They treat you with the utmost respect. The number of parties I go to where I walk into, a big Buddhist thing, and it's the Phalanx here. All right, what do you want to drink? What do you to eat? They are so welcoming and so pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I don't know what it's like in Australia, but in the UK, you're 60, you're invisible.
Well, do they assume that you have?
That's exactly right, Stephen. What you're saying is exactly right. Like your 90-day report, I think you said before, didn't you? That's just a fucking why. Every 90 days, Frank, you have to go and report where you are.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nut job. You can't buy land at all. Sorry, go on, Steve.
They're 90-day now. You can do online. It takes me 5 minutes. Well,
I was going to say that. I think Warren Gertis was talking about that. He says you can do it all online now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. But you can't buy land there, right? You can't buy it at all.
Right.
You can buy a condo, right? And I think your lease on your correct me if I'm wrong, Steve. I've been out of the place for a while, but unit. What they call them? What are they called, John? In an estate, house in an estate. You can own them for 100 years.
Yeah, that's the
and then the
gated estates.
Gated estate, yeah.
Because the thing is it's like a condo. They own the land, you buy the house, and you have a lease on the land. As we know, that don't mean shit at times too, because somebody sells it to somebody else, and then they say, "Well, you fuck off. It's my land."
Yeah.
So you think you'll be more like you'll come and go back and forth between
not sure, Frank.
And Thailand.
Thailand's looking ever more popular to me at the moment. I mean, because I live here by myself, and it's a nice place to retire if you're with somebody, I suppose. But living by yourself, it's pretty
lonely.
Yeah. But Thailand's great. I got no complaints. I mean, it's not 100% perfect, but it's a place that you can fall in love with quite easily.
Well, like what Perrin said a minute ago, about when he goes to a party and everybody kind of goes out of their way for him. I honestly believe, and Perrin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they associate Farang sort of like how they do in Brazil when I go down there. You're gringo, and they automatically assume that we have money. So a lot of times, I think that's where that comes from. They go out of your way for you. They think you're going to tip better, and you're just treated much better than probably somebody from that country. I mean, I don't know if that's correct to say, but
well, Frank, basically what Johnny Siam and Steve says is perfectly correct. The only thing I don't like is you can't buy a house, you can't do this, and the 90-day report. But Steve was saying they're doing it in the mail now, so it'll be good. That was only hiccups I had there.
When I first went to the village with Nitsa, there was a bit of mix, whatever. But after all these years, I'm not really seen as the foreigner so much. But it's typical of Thai culture, like somebody comes to visit. Oh, you want something to eat? You got to have something to drink, or that part of it, which I think's nice. The whole. I won't say every person in the family and extended group that I would consider worth pissing on.
Did you have to pay Sinsad before you got married?
No, they paid me to take her away.
Oh.
I strongly object to that, Steve. I will never ever pay Sinsad.
No,
in our country, the female's parents are supposed to pay for the fucking wedding. Correct, John?
Yes.
So I'll take my custom over there. You fucking pay for me. No, I won't go Sinsad. Fuck that. But,
that's a very, very old custom, but and you're talking about a kind of different thing. But as far as negotiations and things like that, when we were heading towards the serious type of thing, I just said, well, how much what's your plan of looking after your mum to a certain extent and all that. And we spoke about all that kind of stuff. So, I went in with my eyes wide open. If anybody comes out and says, oh, look, I paid Sinsod, you'd say, well, she must have been a model and a virgin and fucking 20 years old. Because realistically, there's some that still, the old things, and they just out of this inside, they take the money out for what it costs for the bloody wedding and hand it back, But it's just one of those saving face type bullshit things. But we just went into the Ampere, which is like the local government offices, and said, hallelujah, brothers and sisters, signed their bloody names and walked out the frigging door. That was it.
Christ, did Ron's girlfriend get him for a fucking kitchen or a bathroom or some shit? I saw.
Well, I've the house over there is it's being given to Nitsa and I, which is virtually Nitsa. Well, I put a new roof on it. I've done plenty of stuff on the house, and her mother still lives in it. When I first got there was one light and one PowerPoint. Now it's got about 30 PowerPoints and about fucking 100 lights on it. New roof. I'm always doing a project on it. because I want something to do instead of just sitting around drinking grog and but I'll go out.
Frank, as
fishing.
far sorry, John. Go on.
You're right. Go ahead.
As far as Ron goes, Frank, he didn't spend a lot of money. Labor's very, very cheap. It's extraordinarily cheap over there, Frank.
Yeah.
And he bought some things. Good on the bloke, I think. They needed it and he paid for it. So I thought it was a great of him to do that. I've done the same. It's things like that. Just bought people things that they could never afford. And things are cheap. They're like your goods are cheap over there, like electrical goods. They are cheap. They're a little bit cheaper than us, not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes a hell of a difference to them. That's about it. It's a great place, Frank. It really is. I will go back.
Well, it's
Love
on
it
my
there.
bucket list. You guys are
it's
lucky
just,
close by.
one
You can
thing-
do it.
Australia's a beautiful country, Frank, but it's okay if you've got a family, you go to football with your kids and shit like that. But if you haven't got that, it's can be pretty taxing.
I don't know about that, but
I think that your country is what my country used to be, probably about 40 years ago.
Oh, Australia's a beautiful country, Frank, and I'm very lucky to live here. But I think I'd prefer to be in Thailand.
Yeah.
the way this country is going politically and all the rest of the bullshit. We'll probably piss off.
You're not alone, though. You're not alone because I think Western society in general, look at Canada. I mean, look at England. Look at the United States now. Even your country. I think all of our countries are pretty much run by left-wing governments.
Our countries, Frank, are that successful now that it can become so fucking boring.
Yeah.
Well,
And it costs the rest of the world to give us those comforts. It really has. We've used them. We've drained the world that much of their whatever.
Well,
Anyway.
educate. Like I say, like I was talking earlier.
We're all
on,
pirates.
education here was, well, and still is world class.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And the people that go through the system here virtually they don't work in Australia. They get poached to go all over the world. As soon as they poach their, as soon as their academic scores and stuff are posted, they just bang, they're gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't send my kids to public school here. They went to private school. There's no way that they're going to public school here. It's just that bad. I'm not saying all of them are bad, but, it's not getting any better. I mean, it's not like when I went. So, we got a bigger issue here with people doing things in schools. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is. And the frequency of, and we get to see stuff on media and it's always schools. And you think, well, why the hell? In school there's some bullying and there's some whatever. Everybody's trying to work out their spot in the shelf, and that's really what's happening in society. Not everybody's as good looking as everybody else. Not everybody is as smart as everybody else.
There'll always be somebody at the head of the class, right?
Oh yeah.
It's not all this. Not everybody is, equal like that. There's always going to be somebody smarter, more athletic. It's just the way life is,
Frank, let me ask you a question now.
Sure.
How do you feel about the gun laws in America? Do you think they should give in their guns, or
No.
Australia did? No.
I know. Yeah, we touched on that earlier. No, and
What did you- okay.
But do I think now? I there's a separate answer for that. Okay, no, but I think that the process to get a weapon should be much more stringent. I know in the state where I live, the governor signed off on you don't need a concealed weapons permit anymore as long as you pass a background check. It takes 3 to 5 days. As long as you pass that background check, you're good to go. Go buy your gun. You don't need a permit anymore. There's no requirement. And this, see, you guys have to understand, the Second Amendment, it's not applied equally throughout 50 states. So where I'm originally from in New Jersey, I mean, they made you jump through hoops. The chief of police in the town had to sign off. You had to go through a gun class. I mean, they really made the process difficult for you to be able to get a weapon. In the southern states, Texas, Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, you name it, I mean, the gun laws are very liberal here. I mean, you could just go. I can go right now a mile up the street from my house to Bass Pro Shop because I have a concealed weapons permit. I point to what I want, give them my card. That's it. I walk out with what I want. Done.
Okay,
Frank,
so-
let me ask you,
so-
Frank, let me go first, Stephen.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Would you prefer to be living in New Jersey, in the northern states, or would you prefer to be living in the southern states?
Here, south. I left the northern state.
Yeah, exactly. Although it sounds bad, what you just said, there's no rules here. Look, there's a concept called anarchy. Anarchy is a little bit like communism. It's a state of, it's not a bad thing. Anarchy means you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you harder. We all treat people with, I'm an anarchist, totally, through and through. The concept of anarchy is that we all treat each other respectfully. And if you don't, you get shot. Now, occasionally there are going to be horrible things that happen, but they're going to happen just as badly in the northern states as they do in the southern states. I haven't seen the statistics, so I'm arguing from a blind point of view, but I would imagine there are just as many people die in the northern states from gun crime as they do in the southern states.
Chicago's a perfect example of that.
I would bet money blind that there are more people die from gunshots in the northern states, the so-called liberal states, than do in the southern states.
Chicago's a perfect
That's my point of
example
view.
that Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the country, yet they lead the country in homicide every year. And I'm not talking about 50, 60. No, they're in 500, 600, 700 a year.
Yeah. Which is exactly my point, Frank.
Yeah.
One more question,
Exactly
Frank.
my point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
I know what your job is, but you carry a gun to protect yourself. What are you protecting yourself from? Another gun?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, anybody that's gonna.
Hello.
Go ahead.
So why not just get rid of all the guns?
Because you can't do that. It's an impossible thing, Stephen. It's
Yeah, I understand.
impossible.
Yeah, okay.
All the bad guys will still keep the guns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's
They're not going to go for any sort of, oh, right, you can't have a gun because you've been checked and you can't have one. Can you give it back? No, the bad guys will always keep the guns because they don't care about the law in the first place.
Mr. Perrin, do you have
When
a
a
gun?
gun, no, but I confess, Avery, I'm considering getting one. My wife is a sort of
What do you need that
what
for?
you would. My wife is what you would call a hobby bobby in England.
So that means
she's
you want
a
to get a gun
community-
and shoot her or something, or what?
a community policewoman. So we could get a gun, rather like Adrian can get a gun and whatever. So we could get a gun quite easily. I've considered it.
in the
I
United
don't know
States.
I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years of life.
You don't need a gun, Perrin. You don't need a gun. You don't need one.
Well, I've got. You think I've got a sharp mouth? That'll do.
That will do, yeah.
To answer Clark's, I'd like
Yeah,
to piggyback
go on,
off
Frank.
Clark's question. Steve, what we have here in the United States, a lot of places have what's called a gun buyback program. Okay, so if you have a gun, you want to turn it in, no questions asked. If you're a bad guy or not, turn your gun in. The problem with that is sometimes these guys will turn in a gun and go buy another one, a better one, if they can get it. I mean, a convicted felon cannot buy a gun anywhere. That's just the way it is. But they manage to get them
They
because they're
can?
felons.
Yeah.
No,
The-
they can,
the-
but not through legal, not through legal routes.
Oh, right.
Legal
Well, yeah, you're
Right.
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 And Stephen's correct. Yeah, the criminals will always find the weapons. They always will guns. It's even in Australia. If they want a gun, they can really want a gun. They can get them. you know, if you know the right people. But I believe it. If nobody had a gun, it'd be very hard for them to shoot somebody.
Well,
That's my point.
I
but,
agree with Steve.
you know.
I agree with you. I mean, listen, if it wasn't written into our Constitution that we have the right to bear arms in this country, I don't think it would be an issue. But, you know, it's not going to be one of those things where the government one day is just going to come out and say, okay, we're coming for your guns, because you have a lot of people in this country that will say, you want it, come get it. And that's not going to go over well. And you have a lot of people in this country that are pro Second Amendment and have been shooting all their lives, who are responsible people. And they just don't feel like, well, why should I have to give up mine? Because if, you know, you live in a rural area and you need protection because you live in a rural area, why am I having to give up my gun? I've had a gun my whole life. This is the way a lot of people feel. So, you know, it's in our Constitution. And like I said earlier, it's the only amendment that says this right shall not be infringed. So the Japanese even said the same thing. I remember when they went to war with the United States. I don't know which Japanese official it was that told the emperor, said it was a mistake because behind every blade of grass, there's a rifle in the United States. So a lot of countries know that. It's not just the military that you would have to deal with in this country. God forbid we ever got invaded. You'd have to deal with the citizenry.
You've already been invaded by the Chinese. You gave me time to go to shopping.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Hey,
maybe Chinese night tonight.
I can't let them buy land next to military bases. It's incredible.
Yeah.
What
I
they're
heard about
allowing
that.
them
Yeah.
to do.
Yes.
So
anyway,
but Steve, I listen. Do I agree with you? Yes, I absolutely agree with you. You see countries in Europe that don't have guns, they don't have the problems that we have. They look at us like, you know, we're crazy for having these things. To a certain extent, they're right. Okay, I mean, after a while, it just, you see these things on TV. It's like, God, again, you know. I mean, you know, then, you know, when's the next one? It really does. Then states change their laws, like bump stocks. Okay, bump stocks on AR-15s. We actually, there was an assault rifle ban on this country for, I think, about 15 years after they tried to kill President Reagan. It was called the Brady Bill. And they got rid of assault rifles, semi-automatic rifles in this country. And then it expired, and then they brought them back. So the gun laws can be changed. And I just think that there's a lot of lobbyists and politicians that are just so entrenched in it that they don't want to change it.
Okay.
Okay, Frank.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I'm muting myself. No, I'm okay. You should still be able to. Frank.
Yeah.
I hear where you're coming from, but don't listen to the liberal points of view on that. Look at what's happened to Australia. Look at what happened during COVID. The police totally fucked off all the Australians. It was horrendous. Watch any rebel news program about how horrible the police were in most states in Australia.
Does the beat cop
We've
in
had
Australia
We've had that for years in England. The only thing saving us from total ridiculousness is America having guns. Don't get rid of your guns.
Yeah.
Governments are shit. Get rid of all governments. Stephen, help me out here. You know how bad it was in Australia during COVID. Ridiculous. You know, pregnant women getting arrested for putting something on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's just been horrendous. And surely, Frank, that should show you.
Oh, I remember.
You are
these guys during COVID.
Frank, you are a beacon for civilization. Never argue against the citizens having guns.
Yeah.
It's the only protection you have against a tyrannical government.
Yeah, well, that's what it was for.
Stand up for it. You really got to stand up for it. Okay, they argue it's from foreign invasion. No, it's to stand up against the tyrannical government.
That's exactly what it was meant for.
My country has lost all that power. We are subjected to horrendous things in England. We can't protest. We can't do anything. I used to go on student marches when I was a young boy, 17, 18. Can't do that anymore. No, can't protest against the government unless you're protesting for LGBTQ stuff. You know.
Hey,
Frank.
hey, Clark, I want to ask Clark a question.
Stop it.
Clark, does the Beat Cop in Australia, do they carry guns or no?
Stephen's left, Frank.
Oh.
What was that question?
Do the police in Australia carry guns?
Yes. Guns. I think they're Browning, but they might be Glocks nowadays. But and a taser.
Okay, so the regular Beat Cop driving around has a gun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every policeman. They do not leave the police station unless they've got their body armor on.
Yeah. How about in England? Do they still do the Bobbies over there? Do they still not carry a weapon? Perrin?
No, they don't carry a weapon. Only the Metropolitan.
Yeah.
Police carry weapons.
Yeah.
Metro cops. Do,
But
yeah.
Avery, all the traffic cops have weapons in the boot.
They didn't used to.
Oh, they do now. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
They
Now I know where to
they
go.
have to
Thank
be
you,
trained to have
Mr.
it.
Perrin, for pointing that out. Now I know where to go to get one.
Yeah, break into the police car's boot. Yeah, they have to be rapid response. So there's obviously got to be
the same
one
with
officer in a
I
car
guess
that
it's the
knows
same
how
with
to
the
use
army.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that traffic cop that picks you up for speeding has got a weapon in his boot.
All
And
they
I've
ever
got a
used to
weapon
carry
in my
was,
pants.
the
Hey,
Bobby-
Avery, you should have said that joke. That was your joke, not my joke.
No, you killed it better than I did. But they used to carry a very watered down version of mace, pepper spray type of shit. Fucking.
Oh yeah, that's another
Sorry
thing.
for using that word on here, but-
Our lot they carry pepper spray, like I say, taser.
Even the tasers
their
that we
gun,
had, nothing. Trust me.
their cameras and
Yeah, they have
You
the
mean
body
like-
cam now. Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass.
the whole
It
thing
doesn't
about
matter.
it
They're
is,
stupid, man. The
Yeah.
cops are
Yeah.
all slow around here. They don't even train on nothing.
well,
It's easy. I could be a cop if I wanted to. It's easy to get into.
actually, when I was a young fellow, you had a height, weight, and intelligence type things to even be considered for a police. Now you can be dumb enough to go in the police force.
Exactly.
Because the police force in Victoria, because this is called the nanny state, it's absolute fucking bullshit. If you want, if there's something going on, half the time the police don't attend. If you ring the local station, the phone will just ring out. So you do a what over here a 000 call, and then they have to respond. But I went to I took Nitsa to work one morning, and there was a rolled over car on the road. There was no one in it. I'd come back, and I went to the local police station, and I said, "Look, down the road there, told them," and they said, "Oh, when the member starts in that town, because that's their area, we'll let them know when they can deal." And I said, "Well, it's a friggin' traffic hazard." And they said, "Oh, well, they can deal with it." And I said, "Hang on, I've reported this. You're supposed to deal with it because they were the biggest station." And they virtually told me to F off, mind my own business, and don't bother them. No one here in this state has got respect for police any longer. I grew up with respect for police. I've got none now. None at all.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah. I'm the same, Johnny. Look, I would suggest I'm a fairly law-abiding guy. In
No, you're
fact, I
not.
am.
No,
I
you're
haven't
not,
done
Perrin.
anything
Tell them
horrible.
about all this nefarious
But-
shit you get up to. Tell them the truth.
I can't believe how the police lie. I won't go into the story, but honestly, just lie.
Well, a friend of mine got booked for going through a roadworks, which obviously, because I used to work on the roads, and he worked with me in the same crew. He went through I just read your comment. I don't know what the settings I've got.
Fucking
I
hell,
have
Az. Must be saying
I
some
have
fucking
high
shit.
standards on this channel. As I have very high standards. If you used anything bigger than a 3-letter
Yeah.
word, it won't come through.
Is there a slight possibility Az might be talking a lot of shit that YouTube just said, fuck you, Az?
Anyhow, getting back to what I was saying.
Alright, I'm going to go, man. Thank you very much for having me on, Johnny. I appreciate
No
that.
worries, Avery. You take care, buddy.
See you
I will, buddy.
Where are you going, Avery?
I'm going to seek medical help right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna get going too.
Nurse Ratchet's coming. See you, Mac.
Yeah.
Nurse
Take
Ratchet's
care.
coming.
Thanks for having me.
Frankie, as always, Mr. Perrin. I
You
can't
do
believe I
know,
waited that long.
Matt and Avery, if you're going to go and open your channel, more power to you. But we're going to come.
That's not what I'm talking
We're
about.
coming.
Mr. Perrin, can you believe that it took me an hour to interrupt you? I actually thought about that for too fucking long. But that was a funny thing about it. Anyway, it's just jokes.
So
Much love, everybody. Always a pleasure. You know that. And I mean that.
All
I
right,
can't show
catch
you
you,
my heart
Avery.
right now.
See you, Mac. Thanks for
Take
coming.
care.
Much love. Much love, buddy.
See you, Matt.
Take care.
Avery.
Yeah. So anyhow, getting back to what I was kind of saying, the thing is with the policing here. No, that's what I wanted. No, go back. A mate of mine, right? He got booked by a highway patrol car, type of thing. They were coming out of a major town, and there was 2 signs that said roadworks. He was coming into the town, and all the signs had fallen over. It was an abandoned roadworks site.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for roadworks, for that to be declared a roadwork zone, all signage must be in place. And when he got pulled up by the police, and they said, "Oh, you are speeding in a roadwork zone," and he said, "Well, it's not a roadwork zone; it's abandoned. I come in from that end, and it's open speed, And the officer, went, "I don't care what you say," and we went to the pre-hearing at the court, and I went with him, and I said to him, "Well, the whole part about it is this is the legal part of it, and this is that." And we had a lot of documentation and photographs and put them down. The prosecutor said, we'll have to get a person that from Vic Roads that'll actually verify some of this stuff and whatever." And I said, "Well, I'd love that. I would really love that." G'day, Banksy. I said, because it wasn't all that long ago I stopped working for them, and my job was team leader in charge of traffic management. So I'd like to see who you're going to bring on. They rang up me mate about a month later, and they said that this is not a win for you, and it's not a win for us. Just be more careful in roadwork zones from now on. And they just wiped the charges.
Yeah, they lost.
Brilliant.
But
You
the
don't get
whole
many wins like that in life, Johnny.
well, the bastard that hasn't bought me a beer for that yet. But you know that's okay. The whole part about it is, I used to love the police sitting in the roadworks, you know, because they'd pull up the idiots. And you know what kind of ended my career is I got run over in bloody roadworks. So what the hell?
Well, look, Johnny, let's talk about the principle thing. Police are supposed to be there to stop crimes and to protect you, me, and Frank.
Yeah.
They're just now turned into tax inspectors. Just trying to get money for the state.
Revenue raising.
It's just
revenue raising.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we
thank
saw,
you, because I couldn't think of it.
yeah. What
And
we
it's just
saw here.
ridiculous. That's not why we give right. Look, let's go back to the principle thing.
Yep.
Back to what I'm talking about. Anarchy. Anarchy is you piss me off, I shoot you. I piss you off, you shoot me. That's not a good way to have a civilization. So you have a police force and a judicial system that works out, look, Johnny, you were right, Steve was wrong, we're going to punish Steve. That's the way it works.
You know,
and that's why we have police, and that's why we have that's why the system's grown up. But now it's just turned into, as you said, a money-raising system. It's fucking horrible. I hate it. I would shoot any drunk driver that killed people. Just shoot them. No question. No trial. No nothing. Kill them.
Oh, look.
Anybody that played with children. No trial. Just shoot them. That's my anarchist view of it.
You know, look, the whole part of it is the disease we had to have. Our police were turned around, retrained, where they were no longer police. They were, I'm just trying to think, they were law enforcement officers. Policing is different to law enforcement. Would you agree, Frank?
No, it's a play on words, but I don't know. Not really. I mean,
I'm not trying to you know put you in a hard thing because
no
law enforcement is to enforce the laws of the state.
That's right. But there's also a thing called discretion. So
I understand that, but they turned our police, which policing was being a part of a community to establish reasonably a measure of law, where they turned in 6 or 8 months. What happened here is everybody hated the police because they turned the police into virtually goons.
Yeah.
And the shit that happened realistically should never have happened. And when people started to take to the streets, they had their special squads. Like there's YouTube stuff of police officers beating down elderly women and people like on crutches and walkers and fucking stuff like that. That said, we've had enough.
Christ.
It's the weirdest thing, Johnny. And all these people who said, you know, they look at old movies of Nazi movies, of the Jews being taken on trains to concentration camps. And we all think, no, I would not be that soldier. I would not direct them into the gas chambers. I think we worked out there's at least 50% of these people in this world that would just, they would direct them straight towards those gas chambers. It's a sad state of affairs.
I'll say this. Johnny, you do not have to obey an unlawful order. Okay? So if an officer deems something through his discretion as possibly being or is being unlawful, I'd second guess it.
Yeah, but our laws are different over here, though, Frank.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
I thought it was something I said, Clark.
Yeah, I got a phone call, mate.
Actually,
Oh, look,
Frank,
we've got one Stephen come back, so I'm
Yeah.
going to bow out.
Well,
Johnny,
Take care.
Oh,
you haven't. I haven't finished this story yet, Mr. Perrin.
all right, I'll listen to the end of the story. Go on.
All right. The reason Stephen had to, I've got to go to the telephone. It was one of his because he's actually I'm going to blow the whistle. Mr. Clark is an internet dating sensation.
yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I think we all knew that, Johnny.
I don't care, Stephen. I don't really care. I like doing it. I like promising things and not turning up. And, mate, I've got about 30 on the go. Yes. Why not?
That's why he sleeps all day and plays all night. But the trouble is he plays with himself.
Well,
Yeah.
Johnny, you know I'm going to back out now because I'm really knackered. But you also know that I suffer from ridiculous insomnia, so I'll be awake in 2 or 3 hours' time.
Well, I
Very
won't
good.
be here because.
All right, Steve, good talking to you, mate.
Yeah,
And
good
you.
to see you,
Stephen,
Thanks for dropping by.
Stephen, Johnny, Frank,
Mm.
everybody on the chat. It's been lovely. Take care,
It's been a good
guys.
stream, actually. Hey, mate.
I'll see you all in about 2 or 3 hours' time, depending on how my sleep pattern goes.
All
Good
right, mate.
night.
See ya.
It's been great.
care.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Take
See
care.
ya.
Oh, dear. So how'd you go with the gun laws? Everything okay?
Yeah,
All come to an
we're good.
agreement
It's
now?
just, yeah, I like to hear your take on things because
Oh, look, I'd like to do this. I think someone said about do the statistics on it, whether Australia's violence is less than America, but you have to go.
of course it is.
What do you call it? Headwise, how many people in America and how many in Australia? We've only got 24 million here. You got 260? Is it? 360?
350 million.
So you got to, statistics is yeah.
Yeah, but like you said, Clark, you guys there? Because I just dropped my phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a different culture. I mean, we speak the same language, but we have a lot of differences. So, what's written into our Constitution is not written into yours. And let's face it. I mean, America's never, throughout our history. I mean, especially in the West. I mean, we've always had, guns. I mean, you've seen our cowboy movies. So,
Yeah, of course.
we've always. I mean, you think about even in places like New York, Boston, Chicago in the 1800s. I mean, it's always been there.
Yeah.
We've always had it. So I think nowadays because of social media and the news, it's just, you hear about it more. It's like anything else, but I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I mean, if I had my choice, I don't know. I think, Australia appeals to me a little bit more than the United States. There's good and bad in both, but I mean, in terms of safety,
Oh, it's Australia. I think Australia's a great country.
I think so too.
I don't get into the political side of it. Johnny knows more about politics than I do. I really keep out of those conversations because I really don't know what I'm talking about. But I think it's a great country.
It's
I
safe.
love Australia.
Safe. I mean, you guys. I'm actually fascinated by your history. The fact that you guys all came from prisoners and came out to be the way you did. It's friggin' amazing.
Yeah.
You guys were
Well, that
prison
just
colony.
goes to show you, Frank, that there is such a thing as reform.
See that? Yep. That's it.
I think the whole of the country was very, very upset when the towers went down in New York. Was it New York? Yeah.
I
The
was
whole
there.
country- Our whole country rattled together.
I was there
Oh,
a week
for
before it
fuck's sake.
happened, and
Yeah,
I was. It was September 4th, and I was in the city. There's a highway called the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. BQE for short. And I remember being on there, and I hadn't been in the city in years, and because I was living here in Florida at the time, and I remember driving on that damn highway, and the Twin Towers looked like they were just going to fall on top of you. I mean, the
Yeah.
East River separates Manhattan from Brooklyn, and just they're so big. And I said, my God, these things are huge, you know. The following Tuesday is when the planes hit, and I said, my God, I just missed that by a week. And that's something that took for a while. It really did a lot to this country. Most kids nowadays,
Oh yeah, yeah.
they don't even
yeah.
know. I mean, it's ancient.
The thing
history.
was, Frank, our prime minister was there at the time,
Yeah.
New York, and he was, the whole country was physically upset about the whole lot of it. When it was a turn, it was 2000, wasn't it? What was it? 2000.
2001.
2001. I thought to myself, finally the world, the Iron Curtains come down. The Chinese are starting to build things for us, and the world's at peace. There was a few incidents, of course, but then they fucking rammed the towers. Oh,
Yeah.
shit at the fan.
Nothing was the same after that.
No.
In my opinion.
I remember that. I was at the local bar. That's the easiest way for you to understand, Frank.
Pub.
Yeah, pub, bar. Yeah, anyhow, walking distance. I walked home and I kind of went, I'll see what's on TV.
Oh.
And I put the remote, turn the TV on and see this. I said, I think I've seen that movie. Change the channel.
Wow.
And it's on the next channel. I went, fucking batteries must be flat. Turn on the next one. And I went, turn it off. I'm sick of that movie. Got, remember the old movie Towering Inferno?
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Go on, John.
being very drunk, I just went to bed, woke up the next morning, I turned on the TV, and here it is again. I thought, that fucking movie's still going.
Sorry, John, I keep interfering. Go on.
No, then I said, well, yeah, I know what's going to happen now. Price of fucking every commodity we've got is going to go sky fucking high.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
I got woken up, John, and I seen the first one on fire. Come and have a look at this, quick. So I go downstairs and I go, oh, shit, that's not nice, is it? And it's on fire. Then I'm looking at the other fucking plane hit. I was like, fuck me then. Jeez, I thought it was going to be a nuclear war. Jesus. I actually thought the Russians did it.
I went back in 2006 when it was just a big hole in the ground before they built the new building, and I saw it, and it was at the time it was really something to see, and now they have a big memorial and a big park, and it's just one building now versus the two. But I have two uncles and a cousin that are retired from New York City Sanitation, and that's where they took all the debris. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but one of the boroughs in New York City is called Staten Island. And
Staten Island, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the biggest landfills in the world is there. And I remember my cousin telling me, because he worked in the office, he says it was just truckload after truckload of just debris from the World Trade Center. The FBI, state and local authorities had to go through the debris, look for human remains. There was a lot going on. I mean, if you could picture, I can't remember how long it was for, maybe a week or two, but there was not one car on the road. They locked the entire city down, and all you saw was emergency service vehicles and military vehicles. That's it. That's all you saw.
I'll ask you a question here, Frank.
Yeah.
You think there's all these conspiracy theories flying around. Now, one of them is that these were explosions all coming down the building as smoke was coming out, it was going down. I mean, if you've got a toilet system under pressure, that much fucking pressure, they're going to blow the pipes and, well, virtually shit's going to blow out of those fucking, or maybe water. There's all these conspiracy. The American government did it, blah, blah, fucking the Chinese did it, of course. They do everything. What do you think about all these conspiracies?
They took a shot at the World Trade Center in 1993, I was in high school, and I remember when that happened. They sent us home.
Yeah.
They took a van and they went to the parking
Yeah.
garage under the building, and they tried to blow it up that way.
Yes.
I've heard the same thing you've heard. But see, here's the part that people forget is that it wasn't just the World Trade Center. The Pentagon got hit,
Yeah.
and they were the plane that went down in the field, where the passengers took over the plane. That was headed, they said, for the Capitol building. So,
Yes.
but that plane ended up going down in a town called Somerset, Pennsylvania. So it was just more than the Twin Towers. That was a series of things. I don't know. They had a protest years after that by a group of architects that examined all the footage from what happened, and they didn't agree at all that those buildings should have fell where those planes hit, and how
I
they
didn't
fell.
have.
And how
I
they
agree
fell.
with that. That
Yeah.
to me, Frank.
Hang on, John. You're saying they should not have fallen.
That they should not have fallen the way they did,
No.
based on where the planes hit the building. They had there was hundreds of architects that went out in front of the White House and protested, and they said no, this shouldn't have happened this way. So, that kind of got brushed aside.
Didn't know about that one.
I don't know. Engineers and architects, when they come forward like that, maybe
Yeah.
there's something to it. I don't know.
Interesting.
Well, I myself when I was watching it, I thought, oh, that's a good hit. The plane's going to blow the fuel, but that's nothing because it can escape, so it's not a big explosion. As far as, but the way the whole lot of that came down, I called it bullshit from day one.
I think one of the worst things about that was watching those people having to make the decision between life and death, jumping out of the windows.
That was fucking shocking, Frank.
That was awful.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
Mayor Giuliani witnessed that, and you could still see it haunts him to this day. It was awful, fucking awful. It's hard for me to believe that was 22 years ago, but you look at, like you were talking about Pearl Harbor, earlier on, and your parents and my grandparents' generation had to go through that. So, unfortunately, it happens.
And you know what, Frank? The same
that?
people who caused Pearl Harbor, caused the trade centers, the whole lot of that, and they're still there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's possible. It's
I'd
possible.
like to give different people's takes on things like the guns I asked before and the building.
Yeah, it's fine.
It should be mandated. If you get into that situation, Stephen, I believe it should be mandatory. Everybody have a gun and they carry it. Then no one's disadvantaged. If somebody pulls a gun out and says, whatever, well, they're surrounded by other people that says fuck off.
Yeah.
But sometimes the person that draws the gun, though, John, hasn't got the gun. So where do you go from there? You haven't got a gun as well, so it ends up in a fist fight, I suppose. Anyway, I see what you're saying, John. I understand.
What you've done is brought an equilibrium in.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, righto, both of us are going to die here. We'll throw the guns in the corner. We'll have a fist fight or whatever, because when things are, oh, well, you've got what I've got, and I'm whatever. But when one person's got a gun and the others haven't, they've got control.
Yeah,
that could go either way. I mean, it's
you know exactly what I'm saying, Frank. But
Yeah.
the whole part about it is some people are just dumbass, stupid, or drug fucked or whatever. And the only thing that's going to calm that situation down is a bullet between the listeners.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the third one, Joe. I like that one. I'll write that one down too. Listeners. Now, but this goes back to the same shit I do all the time, John. What if the drug dealer or the druggie guy didn't have a gun in the first place? Or if he had a gun, sorry. Boom, 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 he'd shoot everything in sight. You know, I don't know.
You know,
Hello, mate.
it comes back to education, the whole of this is my firm belief. And the different way the winds blow, what realistically governments have done through education and through a lot of things is alienated the family group they have fucking hell-bent on destroying.
Yeah, the nuclear family.
You know, the government's not their mum and dad. The government's not even their fucking friend. The thing is, I think when you grew up, everybody grew up. All right, our parents might have been hard or soft or whatever, but they were still our parents and they gave us guidance. Kick up the arse when we needed it. Bit of direction. That's what created the people we are today, and plus our adventure through life. But governments nowadays, through all their crap, you know, they're doing it here. Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. We've got the 3 Ps, you know, how to be a proper parent, and it's government sponsored. We'll teach you how to do it. Bobby Crush, Stephen's love buddy.
I was just laughing about you, boy. You're a bit late tonight, Bobby.
How about BB guns and
G'day, Jay.
air rifles, pellet guns? You guys allowed to have those over there?
Good day, Jay. No, you got to register them.
Really?
No, you've got to be 18 years old and have a bullshit fucking license. The whole. You may as well get a high powered rifle to just get a BB gun here, Frank.
Christ.
In the old days, John, you remember if you were 6 or 7 year old, you could buy them fucking guns. Now you, well, what did it say, over 18 or something?
Yeah, well, you got what we call an air rifle. You got an air rifle for Christmas. You know, when you were about 10-year-old or 8-year-old, something like that.
That's exactly right, because I can tell you that because the store up the street from my house had them out on display, the Daisy Riders. And, Yep, the Daisy Riders. And they're out there, the boxes 10 and up. Yep, that's exactly right. They got them on display. No license required. Just go buy it.
Yeah. Oh, look. My father, actually, my uncle gave me a shotgun, and my father gave me a rifle. You know, that was before the licensing bullshit came in and registering guns and all that kind of shit over here. But a 22 rifle.
Yeah.
Single shot.
Did you guys used to shoot those? You have Boy Scouts over there.
Yep.
Yeah. Didn't they used to shoot those back in the 50s and the 60s? The 22 rifles in Scouts?
No, our Scouts, you know, you had a pocket knife and a tomahawk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember when I got the 22 rifle. My mother she used to smack me around because I used to shoot the pegs off the clothesline, target practice. Yeah, I can tell you now, you know, don't piss your mum off because you just suffer. You just suffer for a long time because not only do they give you a smack in the ear or something like that, but everything you hate as far as food, that what goes in your fucking lunchbox for a month.
Might take off, Johnny. All talked out.
Yeah, it's late there. What is it, about 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning?
Nearly 1:30
a.m.
Yeah.
About time for bed, Frank.
Yeah, you guys go ahead, take off. It was nice talking to you because I got some stuff I got to do anyway. So
come back again. Come back again, mate. It was a good conversation.
A lot of times I listen in. I'll listen in on you guys while I'm doing something. If I'm out in the yard or from the garage or something, I just turn it on and I just listen. So But thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys. Really do.
Well, Monday night for a bit of entertainment. Trying to get hold of one chappie that's more up on a subject. Just something hit my radar that I wanted to talk about. That'll be Monday night.
Okay.
But yeah, once again, thanks for dropping past and thanks for your continued support, Frank. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. You have a good day.
See you, Frank.
Good evening.
There you go. See you later, Bobby.
Take care.
All right, bye, mate.
Bye.
See you, mate.
And I don't know about you, Stephen, but I think it's time to go to bed. You'll be
I'm pretty fucked.
You'll be up all night talking about getting it up all night. And
Don't be nasty.
no, there was a song about that. I'm trying to fucking remember what the song is called. I'm gonna play it.
You know we're still live, don't you?
Yeah. Anyhow, what I'm going to say is thanks for your support, Stephen. Thanks for coming along.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
And to everybody in the chat, to you too, thanks for your support. Thanks for coming along. Going to do another stream Monday night. A couple of topics. I'm going to try and work on getting a couple of people who got a little bit more knowledge than media stuff than I. And I'll see you soon. So good night, people. Bye-bye.